Had to teleport first. Ah, sorry. It's over here. There we go. Oh god, there's so many quests left. We're never gonna finish them. Never gonna finish them. Alright. Okay. We can do this. We can do this. The reward for this quest is milk booze. You must be as familiar as whatever. I had a favor to ask of the observers, but seeing as they're all awfully preoccupied, maybe you can help instead. I'm experimenting with crossbreeding new types of plants. I was thrilled when I finally produced a whole new species, right up to the point where they rose up and floated away. Last I saw, they were heading to the eastern side of the island. I managed to wrangle a goodly number of them, but there's still 8 or so missing. Could you go recapture them? Thank you. Have this etheric rope. You just use etheric rope for everything, don't you? So I finished the Thavnir quests. I might have hinted at a few minutes ago. Seconds? Minutes? Whatever it is. That's, it's not what I would normally call a plant, but okay, you know, we're cool. We're all cool here. There were a couple of mildly amusing ones. There was a quest where there was this one person who was like, oh man, I just got this gift from this girl and it's so amazing. And I totally love her. Let's see what the gift is. And it turns out it's a gift that symbolizes something you give to your sibling. He wasn't really happy about that. One of the quests had to do with some people whose goods had washed over shore. We got to brag about the fact that we could swim underwater again. And breathe underwater. Obviously, most people can swim underwater. But we could breathe underwater again. One of the quests had to do with... Let's see, what's another good one to point out? There's this one girl whose big sister had gone off to hunt a dangerous animal in order to kill it for its meat, in order to make really good tiki masala for the kid. Why? Because it's her birthday. So we kill the creature for her so she can make delicious tiki masala. Very worthwhile cause. My favorite one, though, I saved for last. I should be reading this out loud, but I'm not going to. The last one I'll share, because this one is the only quest that actually drew a legitimate amused smile out of me. So there's this one dude, he's like, I need to go and lure this one animal over. But there's only one way to lure it. Come, join me. And we're like, okay, whatever. We go to join him, and he is naked except for some pants. And he's like, all right, I want you to vigorously rub this perfume all over my body. Which apparently we're just getting really good at. And naturally, the nearby creature was so enraged by this that it came over to immediately attack him. We had to kill it while he was dancing, because of course dancing also helps to lure the creature. You're familiar, aren't you? Have you any prowess in battle? No, I killed Zodiark. Good, I could use your help with something. You see, I was asked to assess a one-eyed giant created as a facility guard, and so I pitted against a lotus to test its fighting skills. Not only did the giant fall to a single blow, the lotus went into a frenzy and escaped. In my opinion, compact familiars such as you are more effective than overly large brutes. This is my chance to prove it. Yeah, okay, sure, I'll help. Of course, you'll be rewarded for your efforts. Our experiment was conducted to the east. Okay, sure. Now, I think I speak for everyone here when I say that Lufia 2 is one of the worst games ever made. But I've actually been thinking about this recently. Not Lufia 2. That's what you want me to fight that thing? Who built that thing? Why did you build this thing? What? Anyways, I've been thinking about it recently. Because one of the whole points of the entire review series is to review games, right? But there's such a thing as a game that people like, more or less or whatever, regardless of other circumstances. And I know what you're thinking. Duh, Lore, we've talked about this before. But no, that's not quite what I mean. What really got me thinking about this was World of Warcraft. I know. Just shut up. Someone, I think it was Loke, mentioned yesterday that they prefer Wrath to Cataclysm. And that kind of made me tilt my head a little bit, because Wrath is worse than Cataclysm almost across the board, in terms of mechanics and mechanisms, quest design, overworld layout, method of flying, the very way that quest flow happens, leveling structure, storytelling concepts, all sorts of stuff. It's just, Cataclysm is such a noticeable step up. They even added whole new things, like they really started doing terrain layering and using layering as a storytelling tool to great effect. But then I got to thinking about it. Obviously, from a review perspective, Cataclysm's better than Wrath, right? I mean, we haven't proved that yet, but trust me, Cat is going to score better than Wrath. But there's nothing wrong with liking Wrath better than Cataclysm. Because even if Wrath is a worse story or a worse game, it might have things you enjoy more, personally, right? It might have something that appeals to your attention, for example. Maybe you're really into cars. This is the dumbest example ever, but I can't think of anything. So maybe you're really into cars, and so you happen to like Wrath more than Cata, because Wrath is all about cars. Just something like that, right? So because it is that thing, it appeals to you more. The reason this has been bouncing around in my brain is I've been wondering if that should be reflected in the review, which I'm just going to go and share the answer to you right now, and the answer is no. Because it's not part of the review. Because a review is for a game. If you like cars, and therefore you like Wrath better, that's great. That's awesome, and that's something that should be notated. It's one of the reasons I have the full in-depth list of exactly what each positive and minus is, and why that's listed on the website and archived there too. But, in the end equation, Cata is a better game than Wrath. Because I'm reviewing the whole game, and as much of it as I can, and duh, right? You get my point? I don't know how else to explain that, but I hope that makes some kind of sense. Because I was thinking about it with regards to Lufia 2, which is what reminded me of this. Because Lufia 2 has problems, from a gameplay perspective especially, but even from a narrative perspective, there are some things that are just kind of... Really? But Lufia 2 definitely does have several very strong thematic cores to it, which I can't even tell you about, because it would literally be a spoiler. So, I get it, right? I get it, I understand it. It's just, it's not going to affect the review, because it can't. The only way that could go into a review format would be to say, I like this expansion, or I like this game, because it is about cars. You'd have to say that in the review. You'd have to say, I like Wrath better than Cata, because Wrath is about cars. And that's the only way that kind of information would even be meaningful at that point. And even then, I find that kind of, because that's only really going to be meaningful to someone who likes cars, right? I don't know, food for thought, like I said. Now, Pillars of Snow is right. Hang on, let me read this really quick. Okay, nothing. Pillars of Snow is absolutely right. Wrath, which is a problematic expansion, which had several issues, which is definitely going to have some quest problems when we get there, had a much stronger outro than Cataclysm. Because Cataclysm's outro starts good. Actually, no, let me take that back. It starts amazing, then gets good, then gets okay, and then nosedives in quality hard from then on, both in the story and the gameplay axis. Wrath's outro starts great, jumps up to even better, jumps up to frickin' amazing, and then concludes with Icecrown Citadel. So, and a huge, like an end of a multi-year story arc across multiple games, and all sorts of fun, amazing stuff. So yeah, no, it's the defeat of Deathwing versus the defeat of the second Lich King. There's no comparison there, right? And I guarantee you, Citadel and the outro in general to Wrath is going to score substantially better than Dragon Soul and the outro leading up to that. Yeah, exactly, Pillars of Snow. Wrath stuck the landing. Kata... Now, by contrast, Pandaria came really close to sticking the landing. It only really failed on the narrative axis, but that last raid, Siege of Orgrimmar, is one of the better raids in the game for a frickin' reason. That's interesting to think about, because Warlords also didn't stick the landing. But Legion absolutely stuck the landing. And then BFA... BFA is kind of a hit and miss. Yeah, Warlords ran into a wall. Yeah. Which is a shame, because one of the best raids in the entire game is in Warlords. Blackrock Foundry. Almost entirely on a gameplay axis, but still. Anyways. And then BFA... and then Shadowlands... That's interesting to think about. Anyways, high classic game level. Let's read this quest out loud. What do we got? These are some low levels of ether. You stop calling me thin! This would be awfully inconvenient. Maybe you assist me with an experiment that increase your ether. By all means, give me more ether. I need one more ingredient before I can get started. If you get your hands on some slime, that would be a great help. You. Once you think you've located an Eidos, use this crystallized concept to dispel the illusion. It should be a relatively simple task to defeat the creature and obtain a nice heaping handful of gunk. Be warned, if you use the crystal on anything else, it tends to react violently. Should you make a mistake, there's no shame in beating a hasty retreat. Right. Shadowbringers absolutely stuck the landing. There are a couple of caveats on that, and I'm not going to lie about it, but I do think Shadowbringers stuck the landing. Obviously, we don't know if Endwalkers stuck the landing yet. It's not done yet. So that's a TBD. Ironically, and I know this is going to sound a little antithetical, but I feel like Stormblood stuck the landing better than Heavensward did. And you know my thoughts of the frickin' Banquet at ARR. So that's 2 no's and 2 yeses for FF14. Which puts them in better ratio than WoW. I would agree with that, Blair Jamal. If we're just counting MSQ, that drastically changes the equation, though. Because if we're just counting MSQ, then we have to decide... vanilla MSQ. Oh god, okay, so we have to decide if... Praetorium sticks the landing. No. Then if the Banquet sticks the landing. No. Then if Thornton sticks the landing. Then if the lead up into the Omega thing sticks the landing, which would also be no. And then in Stormblood, it would be the first Xenos fight, which, you know my thoughts on that. And then the lead up into Shadow, which absolutely stuck the landing. And then Shadow, hey, I found it. Shadow when we beat Emet-Selch, Shadow when we beat Elidibus, and then Shadow when it builds into Endwalker. I mean... No, I don't think Shinryu stuck the landing in vanilla Stormblood. Going back through has really solidified my opinion in many ways. It's actually funny, because I gave up on this game during the Stormblood patch content, which was noticeably improved in almost every way from vanilla Stormblood. But it is vanilla Stormblood that made me quit this game, let's just be real about that. Even if the final HP was in the patch content, it was Stormblood vanilla that made me just be like, alright, I'm sick of this crap. And I do honestly think the final thing with Xenos and Shinryu at Whatchafig was part of that. So no, I don't think Stormblood vanilla stuck the landing, my opinion. There is my Dragoon. There we go. Back so soon, and with the slime, I hope. Here you go. If only every familiar were as useful as you. With this I can make a potion to increase your ether production. All the other ingredients in order. Hippogriff brain, Monoceros horn, Ophion entrails. The concoction will supplement natural deficiencies, relying on the chameleonic properties of the slime to generate ether compatible with your existing etheric signature. Clever, huh? Once this is brewed for a bit, it'll be ready to drink. Oh, this is so exciting. I can't wait to see how explosive the increased your ether will be. I just remembered I have to do something very far away. Endwalker Vanilla I've already given my opinions of, and I don't want to rehash that. Rather unusual familiar, aren't you? I haven't seen your concept on file at the Bureau of Architect. I've never come across anything like you in all my years of research. Your Asm's familiar? That explains it. His creations are truly something else. I'm even more intrigued now. Would you mind if I observed you for a time? I'll make it worth your while, of course. Sure. Huh? Ah. Thank you so much for coming. Now let's get straight to business. All you need to do is reach out and touch some Orpheus songflowers. They're pretty blooms, light blue in color, and emit these bubbles, which enthrall any overly curious creatures. Think of it as a defense mechanism. It has no effect on sapient beings such as myself, but I'm fascinated to know how it will affect you. Fear not, I will be sure to intervene should you begin to fall under its spell. I would never leave a familiar to such a fate, especially not a familiar created by a Zem. Now, I've created 3 flowers of varying sizes and potency. We'll begin with the smallest and weakest. Oh, I may be able to protect you from the flower itself, but if any nearby beasts are already under its influence, you'll be the one to protect me. Fighting was never my forte. Sure. Let me turn back into a gunbreaker for no reason. You know what's funny, though? To once again compare and contrast WoW to FF14. WoW's patch cycle is so fundamentally different from FF14's, and honestly, I really do think WoW could benefit from doing more of the FF14 approach. Not just because of the release raids piecemeal thing, which I do think would be a good idea, but also because... How do I explain this? Wrath's story wasn't complete at launch. By contrast, Heavensward's story effectively was. Like, I know I'm explaining this bad, but you know what I mean? Wrath, in WoW, the story is intended to be told across the whole expansion, including the patches over here. By contrast, in FF14, there's essentially 2 MSQs per expansion, which is how we've been doing it for streaming purposes too. There's up to the initial, and then there's the patch stuff. And those are 2 separate entities. And I do think they would be better served to try and focus on that kind of a thing. Especially since they could use patch cycles to flesh out things more, which Lord knows there's plenty to flesh out in that setting, right? Like, you know... Terrible example, but what if we fought the Jailer back in Vanilla, for example? No reaction. Let's try a more powerful one. Okay. Where are we going? Oh, over here. No, I agree with that, Slayer, because it's not quite linear either. And it's not like FF14's story ended at 3.0. It's just that the story arc they had been telling for Heavensward ended at 3.0, right? And then they added in more stuff in the patch and blah, 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 blah. It's a good structure. I like it. It also allows... let me walk that back. It also encourages more continuity. Now, Lord knows they could use more continuity in WoW in general, but what I mean by that is the structure of WoW's system kind of necessitates... Let me say this a different way. Jaina Proudmoore's story in BFA is a good one. I know I've said this before, but it's a perfect example. Because she has this really cool bit, and then there's hours or days or weeks of questing, and then she has another cool bit, and then you have to wait until patch content to finish her story. And that's all one story arc, is what I'm trying to say. It's the equivalent of, imagine if we got up to Thornton and we didn't fight Thornton. It's a bad example. What's an FF14 equivalent of this? Imagine if we're going through Heavensward, and Estinian's like, oh god, I've been consumed. And then no, that's a bad example. I don't know how to explain this. It's stretched out to the point where it actually hinders the storytelling. I don't know how else to explain that. See, the problem is, it occurs to me that even my own statement about how I was going to compare it is actually wrong, and I am inaccurate to make that comparison. Because if they were to, I don't know, random example, decide to tell Estinian's story arc across 3 or 4 patches, they could. They did. But that's because those patches happen so much closer to each other. Imagine if... The only way I could push this into an FF14 player's mind is, imagine if Estinian's story arc was told across all of Heavensward. Like, you get a little bit of it at the very beginning of Heavensward, and then you get a little bit of it at the end of 3.0, and then you get a little bit in each patch thereafter, and that's how they do a character arc, is across that huge stretch of time. Even that doesn't quite get it across, because, again, different patch cycles. Still nothing. Looking forward to being mind-gobbed by this flower in a minute here. Yeah, half as much patch MSQ, but twice as long to come out. And yeah, that's about right. It makes me wonder. Because WoW is at a unique point in its history, and they're going to have the opportunity to change how they do things, for better or for worse. And I'm really legitimately curious if they're going to change their actual processes. I don't mean, obviously, I want them to treat employees better. What I mean by that is, I really hope that they change how they produce content out. How they do patches, how they do raids, how they do main story quests. They have the opportunity to reinvent the wheel, and they really need to, because the existing format has started to get old and it's falling behind. Like, I don't remember... Still nothing. Wow. I don't remember the exact numbers, but one of the biggest gaps in content ever was when Cataclysm was coming out. The final patch to Wrath and the first patch to Cata, when Cata went live, was a... when the Acclamation patch went live, was a huge gap in content. Over a year. And yeah, to go to what Blade Travel was talking about, imagine going over a year without content, without any patches, without anything. Incredible. Even a flower this size has no effect on you whatsoever. I thought for sure you'd be enthralled. Considering the sparse nature of your ether, it doesn't make sense. Asa must possess mastery, which eludes me. In any case, that ends our experiment. I'll dissolve these blooms and meet you back at Point Nokos. And yeah, I know there was the big COVID gap. Let me look this up really quick. Hang on, hang on. Trying to find... There we go. Is there no bigger for this? Okay. There we go. Are these in months? No, these are in days. Perfect. Okay, so... Looks like... Oh, that doesn't surprise me. Hi, Evo. Okay, so I've got... This is actually perfect. This is the exact thing I was looking for. So I mentioned the big gap between Wrath and Kata. That was 233 days. I don't know what that is in months or years, but, you know, that's a long frickin' time. It's not actually the biggest content drought we've ever had. Does anyone remember the biggest content drought we ever had in WoW? I remember it. I actually put down WoW for quite a while during this content drought. I don't know what the numbers are. I guess it's, it was not actually in Warlords, no. Warlords had a big content drought. It did, 434 days. Which is even bigger than the Wrath one, if you're paying attention. But that's still not the biggest content drought we've ever had. It was between Pandaria and Warlords. The final Pandaria patch was 460 days. And I remember that gap. It's such a damn shame because they learned completely the wrong lesson from that. So what happened? You're probably thinking, God, that's insane. Hang on a second. So the overall amount of time in between expansions in Pandaria was pretty average, 779 days. That's how much time from Pandaria launch to Warlords launch, right? And that's pretty normal for most of the things. It's a little over 2 years, right? The thing is, the first patch came out after 2 months. And then the next patch came after 3 months, and then 2 months, and then 2 months. And you see the problem? Pandaria front-loaded a lot of its content. And we got some really good patches, too. We got the Warfront patch, which was in the Krasarang Wilds, very quickly. And we got the Thunder Island, which was fantastic, very quickly. And then we got the beginning of the Darkspear Rebellion very quickly. And then we got the big final patch, and it was, yeah, and then over a year of nothing. The problem is they learned completely the wrong lesson from that, like I said. Because what they decided was, oh, we've got to artificially spread out our content rather than change our content creation method. So coincidentally, when they went into Warlords, they had content ready to go for the first patch, and they said, we'll release it a few months later. And they've never stopped doing that. This is most enlightening, not to mention perplexing. You have so little ether, yet something keeps you resistant to outside influence. Your physical constitution, perhaps? Something to be considered. I promised you a reward. Here you go. Whoops, I didn't mean to be a ninja. Whatever. In case I'm not being clear, by the way, my point isn't they should just work more. Although, you know. My point is their processes are wrong. The way in which they create content is arguably wrong. And it's leading to these problematic content release schedules. I don't know how else to call that. Too much of their time and attention is being spent on the quote-unquote big stuff, which is expensive. Now, I praise WoW raids to hell and back, but let's be clear, a WoW raid is an insane endeavor to create. Every single member from every department, the storytellers, the writers, the voice actors, the audio designers, the spell designers, the class balance teams, the equipment balance teams, the art team who's designing the area, the art team who's designing the gear, the art team who's designing the special effects, the art team who's designing the boss designs, the actual boss designs themselves, blah, 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 blah. Everyone is involved in creating a raid. And I've said this before, I think the focus on raids primarily is a huge reason why their content cycles are so bad. It's because they're throwing everything into those buckets. Now, I know I've said before that you need to focus on what you're good at, and Lord knows why I was good at raid design. But there is such a thing as doing that too much. Imagine for a moment, hear me out for a second. Imagine for a moment that in FF14, they came out with an expansion, or a dungeon. And this dungeon is a giant empty room with no visuals, with no cosmetics, and it's got some kick-ass song playing, and all of a sudden it's a holodeck, right? And it just spawns in a boss, and it's a good boss fight. And then it spawns in another boss, and it spawns in a third boss, and that's the dungeon. That is the metaphoric equivalent of what WoW has been doing. They're focusing too much to the detriment of other things. Management. Anyway, sorry. I apologize. I'm gonna just read these things out loud. Perfect timing, familiar. I have a favor to ask of you. It's my job to name the creations brought to us, but I can't seem to decide on one for this particular concept. It may be because I'm the one who designed it. It's a species of plant which I intended as a gift from my love. A clear conflict of interest, unfortunately. My names are always fair and logical and perfectly suited to the creation, but this time I'm not sure. I do have a name, but what if it's not suitable? What if it's too personal? I thought of discussing the matter with my associates, but my dilemma is far too embarrassing. Do you think if they think the name is appropriate for my stay? Don't worry, I won't expect you to work without recompense. Yeah, sure. This is the creation. It's a yellow pansy, and the name I have in mind is Mythos. Hi, what a pretty flower. You said it was called a Mythos? A fine name. Many flowers are named with a special feeling in mind, so going by what you told me, this one is in good company. A familiar? Do you need something? A flower? It's beautiful, and it smells so lovely. Is it for me? Oh, you just want to know if the name's suitable. Have you tried asking at this place? No one knows about its naming as they do. Here's a guidebook on the subject. Well, that's actually kind of useless, but thanks. How did it go? What did everyone think of the name? I see. Well, that's good to know. I'll be needing this guidebook, of course, as I can't very well ask myself for my thoughts. Or maybe I should. Wouldn't hurt to have some confidence in the work I do, after all. As I created this flower, I thought of my beloved, an artist, and the stories she seeks to tell through her plays. My hope is that, much like myth or legend, her work is told and retold through the ages, hence Mythos. I've decided. I'll keep the name and submit it to the Bureau. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. This actually reminds me of another topic, which I can't talk about now because I have a billion things to talk about. And by talk about, I mean read. Something has been bouncing around in the back of my head for a while here. I've been wondering... How do I explain this? I've been wondering about the philosophy of making a game that you want to play, put simply. I know I've talked before about how you have to hit the sweet spot of player feedback, and feedback in general for that matter. But I find myself wondering if there is a sweet spot there of making a game you want to play, especially when it comes to an MMO. Like, I wonder how much Yoshi P, for example, and his dev team want FF14 to be the way it is, you know? I wonder if there's ever been anybody who's ever asked him that. Apparently, according to Pillars of Snow, who's incredibly lying, obviously, he's gone on record as saying that if he designed this as a game he would enjoy, it would be a much worse game. It makes me wonder. You there. It is most urgent. A colleague of mine in Philomethes in this place just sent word of a most disturbing nature. A blue Charybdis was practicing its flying, but became separated from its fellows. From what I gathered, based on my friend's manic message, it was last seen taking wing to this other place. We were all searching for unwind, but could you look in the direction there? Yeah, sure. It makes me wonder how many games... Like, if I could make games that I want to play, how many other people would enjoy those games? I mean, logically, based on just statistics, there would be people who would enjoy the games I could make. If I could holodeck games, right? If I could truly make a game the way I want to make it, then, hey, cool. But I actually find myself wondering how many other people would enjoy them. And I have no way of knowing that. Obviously, I don't have that capacity to make such games. Way up here. There we go. Right back down. I mean, I'm not sure many people would want to play a StarCraft City Builder, for example. Or a manage a town over a Hellmouth Diablo game. Or manage Tristram kind of a thing. Or a Warcraft 4X game. Or a Star Wars Grand Strategy game. Or something that isn't strategy. I'm sure I could come up with something that's not a strategy game. I saw that you were on your way back and hastened to return as well. Have you found anything? Nope, I'm the wrong class. There we go. Oh, what a great relief. It's rather impressive it hasn't suffered any grievous injuries. And more impressive still, it was able to fly as far as this place. I'd only begun to practice the art of flight recently, as I understand it. Who would have thought it could cross such distance with a wing so inexperienced? No doubt credit goes to Evet Selk and his helpful instruction. I, for one, cannot wait to see it take from the skies. At any rate, I will see this creature returned at once. Wow. It kept flying and wore itself out up there. That's... wow, okay. Follow-throughs! I would make a StarCraft cooking game. I would make a Warcraft cooking game. Food is actually a big thing in Warcraft, just like it is in 14. There's a lot of food, and a lot of lore, and a lot of culture, and a lot of different alien types of eating in that, so... And now you got me thinking about it. Excuse me, do you have a moment? I'm in search of a runaway creation, need an extra set of hands. I've been keeping such a close eye on the thing, and it had it so well behaved, I thought I could rest my eyes for a second. When I looked up, poof! Gone, just like that. Won't you help me find it? Yeah, sure. Oh, thank you. It's near the Ruminations Ramble. Not making that up. Here's an interesting thought. Does anyone mind entertaining me with a bit of a thought exercise? It's extremely selfish of me to ask, but I gotta be honest. I spent my entire lunch break doing the Thavnir quest chains, and my mind is kind of a sponge right now. Just trying to wake back up from that. Oh, God! Okay, so I want you to think of a genre of video game, and it's upon me to try and think of what type of game I would make of that genre within the Blizzard IPs. That's the idea. God, I love Dragoon at 80. Okay, that looks really funny. Look at that. Rax, could you peek at the screen for a second? Ah! Okay, it's over. Okay, now I gotta do that again. Okay, so we'll go down the list. So we got rhythm game. Okay. Actually, could you do me a favor, put exclamation Q and then put your genre so I can have it in the queue? Time Spinner was a Metroidvania, side-scroller Metroidvania. Okay, so rhythm game. Okay, I'm gonna stop doing that. Okay, so rhythm game in a Blizzard IP. And it has to be good. I have to make something actually good. I can't just say, this is dumb, and then move on. Alright, so let me think about this. I'm trying really hard not to default to Lucio. Here, I found it. Oh, you found it. And as I suspected, it was in Rumination's Ramble. I told you I wasn't making that up. Anything. You had to subdue it, yes? Goodness, it certainly put you through the mill. At least you don't seem too badly wounded, nor does it. Why is there a... What? What? The Byron has the remarkable ability to predict precipitation and waterfall. Or rainfall. If you see it shaking its leaves, you know rain's on the way. That's why we created it in the first place, to provide those in the wetlands a method by which they might prepare for sudden storms. Unfortunately, as we have discovered, it becomes absolutely enormous when exposed to liquid in large quantities, rendering them rather dangerous in humid areas. Oh well, back to the drawing board. At any rate, thank you for locating this little rascal, or large rascal, as the case may be. I know not whose familiar you are, but you were tremendous help. Thank you. You're welcome. I am 2,819 experience from leveling. And what is going on over here? Nope. Screw it. It just makes too much sense to do Lucio. But... I think what I would probably do is I would probably try to make it so it's a rhythm game, right? And it's how do I explain this? I can see it in my head. Imagine for a moment that you have a third-person camera that's like this, kind of. Except probably more like this angle, right about here, right? And Lucio's running around doing stuff. And he's in the middle of doing specific missions, right? Each of these missions is something that's kind of, you know, Overwatch related, okay? No, not FPS. It's back here. Camera's back here. And this is technically not interactive, but it's technically interactive. So obviously, the way it works is each beat in the mission, it would have to be carefully designed, like Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, or Return, if you've seen that. But each beat in the mission, hitting this enemy, dodging over here, doing this, using this ability, each of those is one of the rhythms you have to hit, right? You with me so far? Now here's the thing. The extra layer I would add on top of that is as you're going throughout the mission, you'd see, honestly, different kinds of things like, hey, there's these people who need this help down there on the bridge. And so you would have a special type of interaction, you know, a mash, or rotate, or hitting a specific combo, or whatever. That would then branch the mission. So in other words, if you fail, you just keep going this way over here. But if you succeed, you actually go down here. Hey, what's going on? I'll help you. Bonus area. Bonus area, bonus area, bonus area, bonus area, etc. And then you branch back up with the original branch, which came across that rock over here. And then the mission continues this way. That's how I would do a rhythm game thusly. And I would probably focus mostly on Lucio. Most of the other Overwatch characters would probably have like a cameo kind of thing, or they would weave in and out of missions rather than actually being a primary thing. And that's about as good as I got. Hopefully, that's actually something worth the damn. Alright, let's read this next question. You're a familiar, aren't you? Perhaps you might be able to help me. I received an appeal for assistance from a colleague of mine, but I'm up to my eyeballs in work as it is. Might you step in where I cannot? Your benevolence does you credit. The researcher I spoke of has striking red hair. Do you have any idea how little that narrows that down? Yeah, you gotta be familiar. You're so thin! Really? Man, I need to do something really quick. This won't take me long. Already done. Boop. Okay. So, that's the rhythm game. What's the next one on the list? The next one is Evo, who actually asked a random question unrelated to any of this. She says, what would you do with the complete lack of any good KOTOR 2? Now, we actually started to talk about that, but I never really finished giving my thoughts on that. I kind of wanted to do that. I feel like, again, given the limitations they had, the best possible answer to KOTOR 2 would be just to chop content. Just straight up say, nope. Get rid of almost the entirety of Malachor 5. Probably have the final confrontation happen with What's-Her-Face and What's-His-Face, Scion and Treya, happen on the Academy. So we can go ahead and have that in Malachor 5. But what the heck is that? But have you go straight down, right? You just land on the planet, final confrontation, and then spend all of the time and effort that would have been spent on, you know, the dungeon that sucked, and the everything else that sucked. Instead, try to make it focused on actually having some kind of outro, as opposed to just some random cutscene that plays that means nothing and indicates nothing. But as for what we put there, I would probably have something. A voiceover might be too much, but maybe something almost Indiana Jones-ish. This would be really cheap, but if they're that low on budget, that's what we got. So imagine the map, right? The galaxy map. And we see them in the areas, and you see, like, as you're seeing the fade over of the ship going into hyperspace, you see its path go just out and out and out. And you just see on the edge of the map, you see the words unknown regions kind of slowly coming into view, and it slowly fades out as the ship goes out into the unknown regions. There you go, there's your ending. I don't know what I'm doing here. Okay. Oh, you're a familiar, aren't you? Why does everyone ask me that? One sent by Glafman, no doubt. Well, thank goodness you're here. I confess I'm in somewhat of a daze, but with you here I feel safe enough to stop and catch my breath. Something came over the specimen I was examining, though I'm not entirely sure what. I've never seen it behave so erratically before. At any rate, I've managed to slip my grasp and escape. I tried to chase after it, but I'm not half as fleet-footed. To complicate matters, the thing has a very nervous temperament and will flee if anyone approaches it. I considered imbuing some sort of sleeping spell into a dart which might shoot it from height, but who has such impeccable aim? Do you? Oh. Well, I admit I was saying that somewhat in jest, but this works out perfectly. You got it. Now, Cronin asked a question earlier. I don't know if Cronin's here. Is Cronin here? I guess I'll just ask. Cronin. Cronin! Alright. XCOM genre. Now, that's easy. XCOM is a genre that fits almost... Oh, Cronin's there. Never mind. Hang on. We'll get back to XCOM in a second. But XCOM is so easy, it's the opposite problem. I'll finish talking about that in a second. So Cronin says, are you planning on testing the new NPC options for the dungeons? I suppose I have to, by definition. I don't want to, as weird as that sounds, because I'd rather just do them with, you know, friends. But if it boils down to it, then yes, I will do them with non-people. Die, monster! Okay, there's a cooldown here. Oh my god, okay, there's a big delay there. There we go. I mean, I would agree. It probably beats Pug style, but I'm not sure. Maybe we'll try off one with trusts. I don't know. Ooh, hello. It's a little elephant. Okay, so XCOM. So I said I'd talk about this. One of the problems, it's called too much choice syndrome, I think, but one of the problems that tends to face a creative type is what I call blank sheet of paper. In other words, when there's so many things you can do, it's a little bit overwhelming. When you can go in any direction, which direction do you go, right? And the problem is XCOM fits everything. I can make an XCOM Final Fantasy game. I can make an XCOM Chrono Trigger game. I can make an XCOM Mario game. Right? Like, it fits everything. I can make an XCOM My Little Pony game. It'd be hard to do. So where do I go with XCOM game in Blizzard? This was an amateur creator's answer to the walking shark that recently gave approval. Somewhat hasty and ill-advised attempt, if you ask me. Credit where credit is due, though. The specimen is bipedal, despite its base being that of a quadruped. Its predilection for being used in an excitable nuisance means it cannot be of any real use to our star. What it needs is a healthy dose of intellect. I shall write a report stating as much. Yes, that's the beginning of the Matenga people right there, if you're paying attention. And yeah, I've actually played Mario plus Rabbids. It's actually quite good. It has some flaws, but it's a good damn game. So yeah, where does XCOM fit best? So let's look at our IPs, right? Overwatch, StarCraft, Warcraft, Diablo. Which of those does XCOM fit best? Let me think about that for a minute. There you are. Thank you for tidying up that bit of mess for me. Speaking of which, what was the mess? A thrilling game of chase through creation, wasn't it? That conjures up a sorry image indeed. I know, right, Ross? It sounds like the researcher was able to glean some valuable information, so all's well that ends well, I suppose. Hey, ding. That was my next 80. Monk. Still no reaction. What exactly are we supposed to try now? Ah, perfect. A familiar! I'm on the observation team for a new kind of bird, and it's giving us some trouble. It won't move or react at all, no matter what anyone does to it. Okay. Are you talking about Enkidu here? We have a specialist in avian species working with the creation in question. He can help you with the particulars. Right. So I suppose the question becomes which franchise would be better, or which franchise would be more challenging? And I feel like... Oh my god, it's that fricking hookbill. Look at it. Look at it! Behold! You were sent to help get this fellow's attention. Well, let's get you two acquainted. This is Abyssus, so named for the way it just stares off into the abyss. One of our colleagues found it perching on Melanian's antler and brought it in for closer study. And that's everything we know. We don't have any idea where it came from, who made it, or what it is. We'll be taking it to the Hyperborea, but we need some notes. It has yet to acknowledge any of us. Maybe you can get a reaction of it. Sure. What, the one I'm in right now, Evo? Let's try giving it a poke. Poke. Let's give it a hug. For a brief moment, you could have sworn it glanced at you, eyes narrowed in irritation. Still nothing. Actually, I think it moved. What? I can't believe I missed it. Perhaps the Abyssus only responds to signs of affection. We'll have to experiment a bit more. We'll learn dozens of tests, each with a different expression of love. No? I suppose you have other duties to attend to. Still, I'm thrilled we got a reaction on them. Oh, right. Outfit. Yep, wrong button. I want that button. And that button. This is me right now. There you go. I think that's as much of an explanation of what I'm going to get. Whoop, that's actually a bad angle. Sorry. There you go. So I'm just going to steal an idea from myself. I'm going to go with XCOM StarCraft, okay? Hang on. Let me explain. My associate said you were incredibly helpful. You have his thanks as well as mine. What you think of the Abyssus? Strangely enthralling, isn't it? With those penetrating eyes that seem to stare into your very core. It almost feels like it's studying us as much as we're studying it. I have to wonder who made it and for what purpose. I'll have to consult with Vana. If anyone would know, it would be her. Oh, and before you get, here's your reward. Thank you. So, if Von Falkenstein was here, he would yell at me for this. But again, stealing from my own self. Imagine an XCOM StarCraft game where you play as the ships and the borders, not the troops. So let me try to clarify that a little bit. You know how StarCraft has always had the tradition of having dungeon missions? It actually goes back to Warcraft 1 if you want to get technical, but whatever. You know what I'm talking about, right? Well, I like the idea of having a StarCraft XCOM game where, you know, it's still grid-based. It's still, it's not full grid-based, but, you know, it's still XCOM. It's still looking down. And you still got your movement, action economy, double move, move, attack, move, different classes, all that. But it's ships. It's focused on ships and different classes of ships, and you can change the loadout of your ships. You can change the crew of your ships, similar to how you could change your talent trees and your equipment on and your classes as you can of the troops in XCOM, right? Now that's the primary function of the game, majority of the game. But either as a sub-game or as a mission structure thing, I'm not sure which I approve of more. I'd have to think this out more. This needs workshopping. But one of the things I would like is the idea you could do boarding actions or boarding missions. So if you're to make it a boarding action, what would happen is, let's say I'm in the middle of this mission, and my ship is here, and I move it up here, and then I go, board! And so, we get a zoom in, and there's a much smaller map where our ground troops, which is only a few of them because it's just a boarding party, typical XCOMs, its way into the ship and tries to take over the ship, or disable the ship, or sabotage the ship, or blow up the ship, and there would be multiple outcomes for this little mini game in the middle of the primary battle. Like, for example, let's say you go in there and you successfully blow up with the engines, but you don't actually kill all the crew, so that ship is now, it can't move. Or maybe you actually manage to take over the enemy ship so you can actually control it at that point. Or maybe you just blow it up entirely, or maybe you kill all the crew so it's a derelict, etc., right? And all of these different actions would be a possible resultant of these boarding actions. The thing is, that's going to kill the flow. It's going to make large-scale battles take a lot longer, because you've actually got a mini battle in a larger battle. Like I said, that would take workshopping to make that actually work, I think. It's either that, or we could just have it so there's space battles, and then at the end of the space battle, okay, we've managed to get to the space station, board, and then the next mission is boarding the ship, right? And then you just do a completely distinct boarding or ground-based mission afterwards. Either way, that's probably the direction I would go with that. Could be a win objective. That's a good idea. Make it so that the whole goal is to get boots on the ground, or boots on plates, excuse me. Cool. Okay, that's fair, period. I'll give you that one, period. I will also give you phone hugs! Exclamation mark. Phone hug. A name. I need a name. One that will stand the test of time. Generation after generation. What's in a name, really? Oh, hello. I didn't see you there. You're familiar, I take it. Very good. Who's, I wonder? Well, that's not important. I'm tasked with a job of great import. Nomenclature. Specifically, I try to face down a bit of a creative blockage in regards to this fellow's name. This is a creature which has survived only the vicious wilds of the Hungering Gardens, but has thrived thanks to its ossified spines. Thus it deserves a name befitting its rugged tenacity. Despite its singularly unique physical properties, its creator never bothered to refer to it as anything besides its designation, Euros 310. I cannot abide so uninspired a name for a creation as remarkable as this. But there's the rub! For all its captivating qualities, I've yet to hit upon a captivating name. It's just on my way to turn out the rounds to stimulate the creative juices, so to speak, but seeing you, I realize two heads are better than one! That's not how I read that. You, my quick-witted friend, will be a boon indeed to my imagination. Let's head south. How about Sabotender? No, let's call it Cactrot. So a Metroidvania set in Blizzard IPs. Oh, I guess I can just do this. Yeah, Diablo feels like it would fit the best. There's certainly... So the biggest thing for me about a Metroidvania is the environment is so much of what makes a Metroidvania. It's so much of level design and level interconnectivity and focusing on the exploration and maneuvering through the levels rather than just trying to beat the levels, right? That's what makes something more Metroid and less Mega Man in my book. Now, we could make those kind of areas in StarCraft or Warcraft. They're multi-planetary settings. But I feel like Diablo and its cathedrals and its dungeon focus and the literal hells and heavens would both work a lot better for that. I can actually... I'm slowly picturing it in my head, too, the way it would interconnect. There would be a heaven section, a hell section, and an earth section. And there would be ways in which the three intercede. Either literally, you know, as in one that kind of blends into the other, like we had with the Cathedral in Diablo 1 and 2. Or we make it exactly like Mega Man ZX. No, I'm joking. Or just portals, kind of similar to what they did with Time Spinner, where there's a portal that goes up here, right? And that allows you to traverse up to this area, which you couldn't reach otherwise, and blah, 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 blah. Like, you get the general gist of it. Is not the sun-dappled forest floor a stunning sight? Is not the breeze so bracing as to lift the spirits? Is not the susurrus of the Melanoi's whiskers so pleasant as to induce great thoughts? Actually, yeah, kind of Kid Icarus, but, you know, good. Surely with all the inspiration that surrounds us, you've been stirred into contemplation. The innumerable tasks that are still waiting to be done. I got work to do, buddy. Even so, familiars have their fair share of woes. Might I suggest you take this moment to relax? Let the winds wash over you, the rustle of the leaves play in your ears, and just /think? I didn't know that was an emote in this game. Think. For a time, all you can hear is the breeze, like calming whisper in your ears. All of a sudden, a groan invades your peace of mind. Creatures to survive in extreme weather conditions who adaptively segmented. What will you name suitable for such creature? I can practically feel genius on the tip of my tongue. Nothing comes. Oh, bother. I hate to ask. Would you come to me a little while longer? Come, let's away to a westerly waterfall. Raise eyebrow. Yeah, no, I think I'm going to commit to that, Dream Whisper, if you're even there. I love the idea of a Diablo Metroidvania. There's lots of creative and fantastic terrains you could go through that interconnect in ways, and you can play a singular individual who is trying to navigate it, and there's just so many storytelling you can do with that. Hell, you could literally play one of the angels if you wanted to. That would be kind of cool, huh? Maybe earning your wings is one of the things you accomplish throughout the course of the game. Earning your wings gives you a glide ability. Glide ability gives you access to new areas to explore, right? Listen close, can you hear it? A waterfall whose stream is at once fresh, ferocious, and tender. Sabo tender, you might say. Whose spray kisses its surroundings in an affectionate pitter-patter. Yes, okay, let's go ahead and think. Again. I wouldn't mind having this outfit in real life. I think I could rock that. Maybe less belts. I don't need 3 belts. It enjoys the mist from the falls. Oh, I have to... Oh, dang it. No! I'm suddenly Lulu. I mean, I've got the chest for it. It is a creature that bears a strong resemblance to a plant. Perhaps Planticus? It's a succulent. I've got a succulum! No, that's just foul. I'm quite at a loss. Maybe you have a fresh perspective. Let's go with the green skin. Did the trick. Your astute observational skills have stirred my imagination. I must return at once. I shall call it... Liquidia. Ahem. I should be jotting these down. Okay, so we had an XCOM. Hang on. Not that I'll ever make it. XCOM, StarCraft. Metroidvania, we're doing Diablo. Pillars of Snow says Arcade Fighter. Oh, that's a tough one, because all of them would fit an Arcade Fighter. So which one would fit best for an Arcade Fighter? I must say I greatly enjoyed our time together. I believe nothing cultivates creativity quite like the sharing of ideas. So often I am forced to work alone, and though it pains me to admit this, it's not so much fun to ponder the silence of one's own company. In fact, I credit you for the name I devised. All that remains is to go to the Crystalline and ensure no record of similar name creation and appoint it its official name. You're not even going to tell me it? Blizzard Smash. That's stupid. No. Although, actually, I'm joking. That's not actually stupid. That is an actual valid option. I'm not sure I would go that way with it, but you could. Here's the storm, except fighter. I hope she's alright. I want to go after her. What if she comes back while I'm away? Can you deliver a message? I have an associate who works much too hard. I want to tell her to take a break and join me for a nice, relaxing meal. I sent another familiar already, but it's failed to return. As an experimental entity, it's too simple to handle more than one order at a time, so it might be stuck attempting to fulfill my request. Yeah, I'll help out. Actually, the more I think about it, the more a multi-Blizzard arcade IP would probably work best. So I think I'm actually going to go that route with it. Although... Oh, how long was I asleep? Epiphron sent you? Just to invite me to eat? Why send a familiar for something so trivial? What do you think about I could use a meal? I know I'll be along soon. Yay, the familiar's task has been completed. Wait, are you a familiar as well? I thought you were one of us for a moment. Anyway, thank you for waking me. I suppose we'll be eating our usual place. A nice cup of tea to start sounds lovely. Well, did you also need to report to him? Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, exactly, Dream Whisperer. I mean, I'm kind of with it. Because we could go bonkers with it. But here's the thing. Is anybody here currently present familiar with fighting games? Like, actually into fighting games? Thank you for your help. My familiar says the associate has accepted my invitation. This is what happened, yes. Good. It means we can carry out its duties on a basic level, at least. I designed it to convey ideas through information-laden ether rather than words, so I'm happy to see communication was successful. It does seem, however, that this method is ineffective when the recipient of the message is asleep. I'll have to get working on fixing that. Anyways. So the reason I bring it up, anybody who knows fighting games knows that most successful and good fighting games have something that, I mean, you could call it a gimmick, but it's something that distinguishes it. I don't remember any of the terminology, unfortunately, because it's been too long for me. But, like, the reverse hyper thing you can do in Street Fighter 3, or the way that Tekken does its combo grab systems, or the way Virtua Fighter did its combo of moves in order to create new move system. Right? There's something, right? There's something there that usually helps to distinguish that fighter. So the question then becomes, for me, what do we use to distinguish a Blizzard Smash game? What makes it different from just another fighter with a different skin? Heck, even, what was the name of that stupid one? The dinosaurs and the apes. And it's in the past, but they're actually deities. Primal Rage. There we go. Primal Rage. Even Primal Rage, or is it Primal Fury? Primal something had a thing where you could, like gain followers or lose followers based on how the fight was going and eating the people and stuff like that. There's always something. There's something, right? Greetings. I'm a researcher from the words of Mitron. I've dedicated my life to studying and creating aquatic life. My main focus is the development of new sharks. New sharks. We've got to have sharks. We've got to have sharks. My latest creation has completed its round of observation and agnoresis, and will soon be released for one final test. There's no good way to do this. Thing is, I'm hoping to consult with the taxonomist before the Bureau of Architect hands down its official registration. The same who named my last shark, if I can, Spoid Bradeos, was such a marvelous name. Turns out it's rather difficult to track down a specific person in a place such as this. Can you help me? Thank you. Here you go. Sure. Am I going for this? Right here, apparently. You. Yes, is this you? It's the freaking walking shark pit, which I think I have from ocean fishing. Of course. The creator was calling it a cladoslake, but I decided to go with something more closely tied to its distinct way of moving. I really wanted to capture the image of it rushing towards with its tiny steps, somehow swift and slow all at once. In case you're curious, the name comes from the proverb meaning more haste, less speed. And if the creator wishes me to name her newest creation, I will be honored to do it. I look forward to seeing it soon. Okay, hear me out for a second. This is one of the dumbest ideas I've ever had. What if we give them gems? And you could equip these gems. You could buy these gems for like $2 each. And you can equip and change them. It'll completely change the playstyle. And it'll be awesome. And gems will be better. And you have to pay for the really good gems. And tell me one of you gets that reference. I was told there's some fighting enthusiasts here. Surely there's at least one who gets that. Oh, God, that was such a terrible idea. Yep, that's the one. Street Fighter versus Tekken. Oh, my goodness. Any luck finding the taxonomist? There you go. It's willing to give a new name. Wonderful! This new creation is actually a direct improvement over the last. I give it more legs for a total of 8, so it can move even more quickly over land. I don't think that's how that... Okay. It's funny you say that, Dream Whisperer. I like that idea, but I'm going to steal it and pretend it's my idea. Dream Whisperer, I just had the greatest idea. What if we had a large move pool but limited move slots? Now, hear me out for a second. Because I actually do think that idea works with the idea I had. What if you can spec change in mid-combat? And what if spec changing can... I suppose change your hurt box would be the specific thing while you're doing it, so it could function as a parry or a counter, but only if you do it right, and only if you do it at the right time and in the right direction. Spec changing from, let's just make up an example. Let's say you're playing, I haven't played Mortal Kombat 11, I'm afraid, so I don't know. But spec changing from, just to make up an example, from a bear to a tree in the middle of an attack is actually going to make you more vulnerable, and so that's probably not going to be a good counter if you're being hit hard. But if you're being hit by an attack that has a lot of weight behind it, I forget what that's actually called. There's a term for that in fighting games, but some attacks hit you further, like there's more pullback and more knockback, whatever you want to call that. So if you get hit by an attack and that has a lot of weight behind it, and so it's going to throw you farther, you can go and switch to tree spec in the middle of that. It's going to throw you even farther, which now means you're way over here, which means you can do whatever now that you're tree spec and you have a little bit of leeway time or room time. Of course, if they happen to be playing a range spec and they baited you into that, then they may have been doing that in order on purpose, blah, blah, blah. But that's probably the gimmick direction I would go in. And of course, you only have so many moves in combat per individual spec you're in, right? And this could apply to most of them, because most Blizzard games have some kind of customization or another for their characters. So there's a lot of different options for specs. You know, even a Protoss Zealot is not uniform, right? And yeah, Valerian, it's actually Valerian and his sword swapping is not a bad example. That's from Heroes of the Storm. What a sight! And Ampula sneezed and sent tufts of cloud mala flying every way. But while highly amusing, I'll never be able to gather them up unless you'd be willing to lend a hand. Yeah, sure, that's what I'm here for. To do side quests and to express creativity. Yeah, I think that's going to be my arcade fighter answer, Pillars of Snow. I hope you find it satisfactory. I hope everyone finds it satisfactory. I mean, admittedly, this is mostly for me because I'm just being selfish. But, you know. Oh my god, it's Moogles! I can't get away from Moogles. I'm not sure which I like more. The idea of you have to do an input to switch, or maybe it's like context sensitive to switch. What in the world? Oh my god, it's Gigapudding's mount. Several other cats. To explain what I mean, anybody who's played Dissidia, you know how Cecil, he changes based on the attack you use, where you use it. You attack in the air, you turn into light. You attack on the ground, you turn into dark. And then there's also transition attacks. By contrast, some games have a thing where you could do an input and that changes forms. I guess Shang Tsung is probably one of the most basic examples of that, but you get the idea, right? So you change form. I'm not sure which I like better. We can also do both. There's no reason we have to make it so everyone changes specs the same way. We also don't have to have everyone have a lot of specs. In fact, we don't have to everyone have specs in general. There could be like one fighter that has no specs. It's just that. That's them. Basic. But like, I don't know, they get something to make up for it. Like, imagine a Zergling that's just ridiculously fast. A somewhat amateur creator invented the concept to bring more life to the clouds, which is all well and good, but they get it blown away far too easily. It'd be nice if they were a bit more wind-resistant. We need to know that they can settle in place without fear of flying off because some beast breathed too hard. Better back to put them where they belong before a light breeze undoes all your hard work. Here's a tip. More curry. They keep giving me curry in the past. Ooh, I like that idea, Blade Javal. Make you fight 2 Zerglings at once. And yeah, just like the ice fighters. Ice climbers. That's a fun one. Looks weirdly like Brianche there. Aren't you a sweet-looking familiar? Tell me, to whom do you belong? Why does everyone keep asking me that? I'm not a slave. Oh, you're Azem's, are you? He's a goodly sword, wouldn't you say? Always appearing in times of trouble to help extend a hand to those in need, and given I am one such, you wouldn't mind if I borrowed you for a bit. A lengthy debate we held regarding the evaluation of creations. Meticulous minutes were taken during the forum, which I'd like you to fetch for me. A dear friend at Amarot asked for them, and I plain forgot about it. Would you be so kind? I'll send word of the scrivener in charge to ask them to await your coming, where the documents are being held. Once you have the notes, return here. Okay. Sure. Oh. Spiritfarer is currently on sale. Why am I still getting hit by this thing? What the hell? I'm like 10 feet in the air. Jesus. You're the familiar then. Very good. Here's the records. You want me to... Okay. There's a lot of these quests in Endwalker, aren't there? Zedslayer asks, a traitor sim elite-like. So, by definition, if we're sticking with space, we're stuck with StarCraft. But hang on. That sounds awesome. Oh, I hope you didn't, Rax. I mean, I'm sure you, like everyone in the universe, has that tick of hitting Control-S without even meaning to periodically, so, you know, fingers crossed. You can join us in creativity exercising, if you want to. Join us, Rax. So, if I was to make an elite game in StarCraft... God, I just all the things. God, that just sounds amazing. I don't even know where to start. That's also a bit of blank sheet paper problem, because there's just so many things you could do with that. Okay. So I tend to like... Okay, hang on. Let's discuss our 2 broad possibilities. We can do Sandbox, or we can do Campaign with Sandbox. So which one should we do? Because they're kind of mutually exclusive, for reasons I'll get to in a minute. Apparently I need to go... Thank you. I finished packing, and I have hit a most commiserate gift. My favorite food and freshly made. Try it. I'm sure you'll love it. Farewell. Give my regards to Ezem. Okay. I could see both. So let me explain why I was saying they're mutually exclusive. If it's campaign-based, we probably should have a defined character that you play as, and you play through the game in a campaign in a story mode as that character. There's obviously sandbox elements, like any open world game, there would be sandbox elements. But the point is you are playing through missions and blah, blah, blah. Freelancer, for example. By contrast, a true sandbox, you could start as whatever, do whatever, in whatever order, because there's no structure to it. There's no story, there's no missions, there's no plot. So, for example, if you start campaign mode, I think we can make this work. If you start campaign mode, you'd probably be a Terran, just to be honest. Probably a former merchant or pilot, maybe someone who used to work for the military, maybe an ex-Wraith pilot, for example. And you've decided to kind of put in the career as a freelancer, as a merchant, mercenary, whatever. And you could progress in however you want to, but there is a story arc you go through. But if you decide to hit the sandbox mode, it spawns the same setting and probably with the same missions, but for the most part, there's no plot, there's no campaign, there's no progression. It's just, here's all the things. And yeah, like Diablo 3's adventure mode is exactly what I'm picturing. All the stuff is there. A Zerg Merchant. I love it. All this stuff is there, and you could do it however you want, repeatedly even. And it's just there to go around and fly and have fun. But the point is, in adventure mode, in sandbox mode, you could start as whatever, right? Like a Zerg, or Protoss, or whatever. Okay, so you're probably joking, Pillars of Snow, but I was already going to suggest having Zerg be, friendly Zerg, be some of the factions you can interact with. This is kind of a spoiler for, the StarCraft 2 story arc, but let's just say the Zerg are on much friendlier terms in general after the events of StarCraft 2 than they were before. So it's not out of bounds to encounter Zergs, especially intelligent Zergs such as the Queens that have been crafted specifically for this purpose, who are trying to reach out and start interacting with other races in a way that doesn't involve ripping them apart. Like, oh, yes, we devoured. There's this one. We have this, and I would love a thing like, you remember how the Sahagins love fruit? I would love something like that in StarCraft, where like Zerg in general just really, really like avocados, and so they always buy avocados at a higher price than any other race. They maybe have an entire mission where they're trying to figure out how to make Zerg avocados, but because of the way that they craft things and they don't know how to actually farm, they just kind of keep screwing it up. And finally they're like, fine, just set up this trade route. Just get us these avocados. Or whatever, May I ask a favor? A colleague of mine from the Thalassai is overdue to a report. I need somebody to give him a gentle nudge. He's at Ruminations Ramble. They just keep sending me to this place. But yeah, exactly like the Sahagin, which I feel like I just referenced. And of course you can get all sorts of different kinds of ships. You can customize those ships. Very freelancer-y, very elite-y. I love the idea that you can go towards so I've always loved an idea, and I've never seen a video game do this. It's called Ruminations Ramble. What do you want from me? I've always loved the idea of being able to truly customize a ship if you're willing to dump the money on it. There was a pen and paper campaign way back in the Emperor's Hammer, and one of the things that I set up, which you could do, was I bought a big old cargo ship. And in this cargo ship, it was still a cargo ship, but I restructured and rebuilt it in many ways to effectively be a walking... It was very slow, didn't have great armor, didn't have great shields, but it had turrets in all directions. And it had really good power generation because I could just fill several of the bays with extra generators. So, in short, it was a porcupine, right? It was just... And I love the idea of being able to customize your ship to such an extent where you can have your ship have more cargo space to carry more cargo, more protection, more speed, more guns, more whatever. Really, really put a lot of tools into the player's hands to set up their ship however the hell they want. I love the idea of playing as a Protoss carrier that actually allows you to, rather than having all the flight decks, you've ripped out all of it and you just have a gigantic cargo hull. So you can carry a ton of stuff. And it's a Protoss carrier, so it's actually rather quick and nimble. I love the idea of being able to fly around in a transport ship, a little, what do you call them? The Atlases, I think? Which, rather than, you've stripped out all the cargo space and instead filled it with tons and tons of pods, which allow you to shoot missiles. You've just got tons of missile bays in there, or drones. And so you just walk up as this unassuming shuttle, and all of a sudden, you know. Yeah. I'm here to prod you to do your job. The Hercules, thank you. That's actually it. The Hercules is the one I'm thinking of. I know it's Greek. Yeah, sure. I'll go ahead and feed your companion here, which looks like that. Here, have a feed bag. I can eat all of them. Okay. Damn it! Frickin' power. Yeah, the problem, Zedslayer, is my mind explodes at the thought of a freelancer set in StarCraft. StarCraft is unironically one of my favorite settings, and the freelancer style of game is unironically one of my favorite genres of game. That's just a fangasm right there. I'm not sure what I'd do with the story, because we could set it after StarCraft 2, in which there's a lot of space to work, story-wise, and a lot of dangling threads, or we could set it during, like, any of the pre-existing StarCraft history. We could set it during the actual Confederacy Wars, we could set it during the Guild issues, we could set it during StarCraft 1, we could set it in the in-between time, there's all sorts of options there. They mostly eat marine insects and shellfish. Some of the larger carnivores feed off them in turn. They also carry the eggs on the back until they're ready to hatch. Fascinating, aren't they? Oh, right. I gotta go back. Run, except walk, because we're all immortal and boring. Oh, cool, Lunarith. That is what we... I don't have anything to toast you with, so I got water, so that's left to do. If you hadn't been sent to fetch me, I've been out there for days. Right. God, all of these game ideas sound awesome. Just making notes. Don't mind. So Blade Turbo says a sports game. So we have to make a sports game in a Blizzard IP. Oh, we're not doing that quest. Sorry, Giga Pudding, your cat remains unquested. Azeroth does have several sports. I mean, what's it called? Boom Ball? Goblins have their own sport. I forget what it's called. You play it a little bit during the Goblin intro. That's when Deathwing shows up. As I'm sure you're aware, the floating island of Elpis were created to provide suitable habitats for various creations. In order to maintain their respective environments, however, surveyors such as myself make regular assessments of ethereal composition. To that end, I was planning to take samples from the Melonian habitat with my partner, but he seems to have an urgent engagement. Something about an unscheduled meeting with a member of the Convocation of 14. Gosh, I wonder what that would be. Though I'm now faced with handling the rather grueling task alone, waiting until he returns is not an option. As I said, it's important to gather data at regular specific intervals. So, I will join you. Oh, God, that's awful. As it should be. Alright, let's hurry along. And yeah, exactly. I feel like just going with straight-up football, aka European football, would be a fantastic direction to go with Azeroth. I mean, Mega Man Soccer was a good concept, it was just a bad game. The rocks in this area contain ores that can tell us about the environmental ether. We'll have to break them apart with destructive magic. You may have difficulty with your inherent limitations, but I have something to help you with that. Yeah, I'm a monk, first of all. Second of all, screw you. Alright, hear me out for a second. Hear me out. I'm gonna sell you on the most boring video game you've ever heard of, okay? Warcraft Soccer. But there's also a management layer, a strategic layer to it. You have to manage your team. And some of your members of your team, each race has their own advantages, and each person has their own specializations, right? So all of the races would have, I'd say, unique abilities rather than stat variances, and then individuals would have stat variances. Each race, obviously, would be good at certain positions, better than other positions, but each race could work depending on what you want to go for with that. But if you want to have, like, a mixed race setup, so if you, for example, want to have orcs and humans, just to use the dumb example, on your team at the same time, you're going to run into issues with that. Either they're going to be more expensive, or you're going to have harder times securing matches, or there might be more problems from the team, or so forth and so on. And so there would be other little side events and side niggles that you'd have to work through. And I do it that way because the idea would be that a mixed team would be best, that the most optimal way to proceed would be to have like an orc there and a Tauren there and a human there and a night elf there and so forth and so on, right? And so there would have to be that kind of detriment built on top of that. And hang on, one more thing. I'd also probably make there actually be a story-focused campaign that you could play through this on. You know me. But I would probably have it be about one member of your team, probably the one person you couldn't pass out. Or maybe actually the manager of the team, who is specifically trying to, just make this sport work and spread the sport across Azeroth and get interest in it. Not because of, most reasons that they would do that, but because of the fact that they really feel it'll be a good way to keep the competitive spirit of Azeroth alive without constantly draining the planet of resources and blood. So there you go. No. Use. There you go. There you go. Excellent. That should give me all the information I need. Let's head back. Okay. So Evo, going down the list here, says I have to make a roguelike. Now, I'm not going to pick the easy answer and just say Diablo, since Diablo is already a roguelike. But let me think about that for a minute. Is that everything? That is everything. Excellent. Okay. On to the moon. Two to go. I admit I don't know the difference off the top of my head between roguelike and roguelite. Or more accurately, I don't know which one is which. I actually know the difference. But either way, it's still kind of cheating to just say Diablo, so I won't. So I have to pick a roguelike based in a Blizzard IP that is not Diablo. Is that what you were asking, Evo? Because if it is, then, you know, that changes the answer a little bit. Roguelikes are terrible, is what I'm hearing. Okay. I guess I can just look it up, too. What do we got here? Actually, it looks like it is... I was accurate. The idea was roguelites are games that have that kind of randomization and style and approach to game design, but a roguelike is specifically about permadeath, restarting the game over and over, usually. 20XDX, for example, would be a roguelike. Into the Gungeon would be a roguelike. Rogue Legacy would be a roguelike. Whereas Diablo would be a roguelite. That's... Did we have to pick terminology that was so similar to each other that it's hard to actually say it out loud like that? Whatever. Whatever. Let me... There we go. Okay. Okay, so... A roguelike, which means whatever you're playing, you have to die, permadeath, and start over, but have some kind of mechanism that allows you to carry over progression from life to life. I mean, it's from the game we're playing right now, Magister, if that's what you mean. But it is a remix based on a song from Final Fantasy IV. Oh dear, this is terrible. What? What moping way? Thank goodness you're here. There's a strange sound coming from the waterway. We think there's something wrong with the water regulation system. What if the water starts to flow backwards? Or worse, everything must be inspected from top to bottom, but time's of the essence. I can't do it. Please say you'll help. Oh, thank goodness. We went from dealing with quests in the past to dealing with quests in the future. On the moon. Whatever. Okay. Hang on, I gotta look up a name. Talon. Here's my roguelike idea. You play as some random schlub working for Talon, okay? You don't even have a name. Or your name is randomly generated. And the idea is you have to run around doing missions, and then coming back and then doing missions, which are all kind of not really fun or easy. Like, they're designed for you to die. But you're supposed to try and progress through the mission and do the best you can in order to try and accomplish the mission, and then probably get killed by one of the Overwatch team. As you're doing these missions, you get to you gain resources, renown, political capital, and other things which you can spend back at Talon headquarters, which can then stay, right? And either you get permanent buffs, like, you know, you gain access to gun X or gun Y, or armor Z, or you gain temporary buffs, like you gain you gain consumables, essentially. And you can send those consumables out with additional Talon members for them to go and cause mischief and try to, you know, do horrible, evil things. And make the whole thing very cartoony, by the way. Like, don't make it actually dark. Make the whole thing a joke. You play a Bond villain henchman, essentially. Not even a henchman, just a mook. And so kind of lean into that a little bit from this narrative axis. We released fish into the river so our guests could go fishing, but they're likely attracted to the heat of the regulators. Not to worry, this is one little bump on the road to building a fantastic recreational facility. And thanks to you, the path forward can be made smoother. When our work is finished, I hope you'll visit again and make the most of what we have to offer. Sure, that'll be a thing that'll happen. Just the person I was hoping to see. I'd like your thoughts on something if you have a moment. As you might have noticed, this park is rather drab as it is now, which is why I planned to plant flowers to liven it up a little. Of course, there's no guarantee my tastes are in line with those of your people. We have a most wondrous assortment of plants at Loving Way's darlings. It mean the moon to me if you pick which flowers we use in the park. Yeah, sure. No, Magister. But what do you think, Evo? That was your question. You hate the idea? It's okay. You can tell me, Evo. I can take it. Tough. That's the best I got for a roguelike, though, honestly. Roguelike doesn't fit most settings, to be completely honest. If you don't know who Talon is the evil organization of the Overwatch setting. They're the Bond villains. So, we play the Bond hench. Or the Bond mook, rather. I keep saying that wrong. And yeah, keep it funny. It's very important. If you ever played Evil Genius, which is kind of a parody game where you play an evil genius, leaning in that direction. I mean, hang on a second. Well, Trihexia asks, how overpowered would the Terrans have been if they had medics? Well, while expendable, the massive losses of the Terran Marines during the Great War began to become cost-prohibitive. The medics' use of chemical modifiers has greatly enhanced the survival of their forces, lengthening expected battlefield life expectancy to over 9 seconds. So there you go. That's how powerful they'd be. 9 seconds. Land. Well, what do you think? In my findings, I found a single species of flower can bloom in a number of colors, which is what makes them so appealing. Though it took a little more work, these 3 specimens are also capable of the same. Well, charming in their own way, but I couldn't possibly decide what's best for the park. What do you think is best? We'll go with the springy one. Yes. Final answer. Wait, do I have to carry this back? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no! Oh, thank God, I don't have to do one of those stupid quests. I hate those quests. Hate is too strong a word. I am not fond of those quests. Alright, so Camper says survival horror. Ironically, all 3 primary settings of Blizzard perfectly fit any horror genre. A little bit too easily. Like, StarCraft writes itself. StarCraft actually is horrifying. Diablo writes itself. Diablo is horrifying. Warcraft is probably the least horrifying of the 3, so for that reason alone, we'll just go ahead and eject that one. But still, we've got 2 horror settings to work with, so which one do we do survival horror in? Now, when I think of survival horror, I don't think Resident Evil, because that's not survival or horror. What I think of is more like Subnautica. So I'm trying to think of a game where you have to run around surviving against nightmarish death and environmental disaster in all directions, trying to make your way towards a progression goal in order to get out of there. So which suits that better? Diablo or StarCraft? Oh yeah, Soma. Ding. The Final Days is survival horror. I agree with that. What's another 80? Dark Knight. Yeah. Anyone other than Warrior Light? Final Days is just, yeah, have fun. Alright, so Diablo or StarCraft? So if it was StarCraft, it would probably be something similar to one of the short stories. Where you actually literally are the sole survivor of a outpost or camp or whatever that was hit by the Zerg, and the swarm as a whole has moved on, but there's still bits of Zerg left behind. You know, there's a few buildings left behind. That was weird. And there's a few actual troops, or there's to say Zerg units left behind. And you're trying to survive against that. You're trying to get out, right? Yeah, I think I'm in agreements with Weouts here. I think StarCraft might work a little bit better. Since especially StarCraft has a much more defined goal, getting out. You know, get to a ship, get off planet, get back home. Diablo, what's the goal, right? Survive until the war's over? Hey, did the air thing. Suspicious? Me? I haven't done anything wrong. Urianger was teaching me about telling fortunes, and I've been trying to practice it so I can tell others how it's done. In fact, I even made my own carrot cards, though they're not quite as fancy as Urianger's. Carrot cards. Would that be Caro cards? I tried using them to see what good fortune will come to the people of Atheris when they visit the moon, but maybe I did it wrong. The cards had nothing good to say. I got the complete opposite. So I thought I'd try again after purifying myself in the water here. This is what people do, yes? I mean, it's possible to purify oneself using water, but I don't feel as everything changed. Maybe I missed a step somewhere. Oh, could you draw the water for me? Coming from Heideland's Chosen, it'll be the most purifyingest water ever! I mean, probably Lunaruth, but that's not the question we're asking. We're limiting ourselves to Blizzard IPs. That being said, I agree with you completely. All you have to do is fill this empty bottle and water and pour it on me. Please, the outcome of my carrot card reading is in your hands. Have you ever played This War of Mine, Lunaruth? Side note, I recommend you do not play This War of Mine. Or This War of Ours. Shoot, what's it called? This War of... It is This War of Mine, I was right. Yay. So you play a nobody in... God, how do I even describe it? You play an everyday Joe, at usually a party, actually, in a bombed-out city, totally not based in real-life events, where you have to survive for a certain number of days in order to be able to get out of the city. And it's extraordinarily hard to do because you will always be falling behind on something or another. But the reason I bring it up specifically is it had a mechanic I liked, where you had essentially a morale meter. And if your morale meter got too low, or so you don't play one person, you play like 5 people. If any of their morale meter went too low, they commit suicide, right? They give up, they're done. So, you could see how that would fit in something like The Final Days. You have people who have a despair meter. At a certain point, if the despair meter gets too high, it starts to, overwhelm, and, well, and there you go. Yeah, I actually couldn't continue playing This War of Mine. It's a very good game that is hard to recommend. Ah, how refreshing. I feel like a brand new Loperud. I feel my spirit overflowing with good fortune. I'm having a look at those Caro cards, excuse me. Ah, Loperuds. So I think for survival horror, we'll go with StarCraft. StarCraft. Survivor of... base. Yeah. Yeah, Papers, Please is another perfect example of a game that I had to put down. We got a little bit into that, and I was intending to do a full stream of that one, and I just had to put it down. I was just like, no, I can't do this. That's way too close to home. It is Melkor Blade. Well, a remix of it, but yes. Okay, Dream Whisperer says, a porn game in a Blizzard IP. Well, from what I understand, that's already Overwatch, but let's go ahead and think about this for a minute. Well, that's admirable, taking such efforts to understand the culture of Atheris. That said, I'm not sure one is meant to redraw cards until they get the desired result. Or perhaps I misheard how fortune-telling is meant to work. Maybe we should go talk to him about that. Oh, well. Yeah, Papers, Please is an interesting litmus test for how much you give a damn about the fiction you're playing. Because if you don't care at all, it's just a game. And if you care too much, then it's a nightmare. And there's a lot of in-betweeny. Anyways. Okay, porn game. You terrible Dream Whisperer. But one of the things I have said several times is that I think that there is a space for there to be actual porn games, where there's an actual video game involved, where there's actually stuff that you can, do and play, other than looking at naked whatevers, right? There's actually a game that came out last year, I want to say, that has been one of the first games I've seen move into that space in a long time. So, Subverse, that's it, thank you. So I'm going to pick Overwatch. I don't have to explain why. I'm not sure what direction to take that, though, on the game axis. I feel like kind of going with the traditional romance sim, try to hook up people with other people might be the simplest and easiest way to do that. But the problem is, that defeats the point of there being a game in addition to that. I don't know, the idea I keep circling back around to is just making it Overwatch. Or rather, Overwatch if it was actually a good game, which it is not. Imagine if so the Overwatch mechanisms, FPS or third-person perspective shooter with abilities, with moves, and blah, 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 blah. But instead of just doing random, stupid death matches that are dumb and stupid, instead actually having some mission structure and some campaign design to it. Imagine actually running through and trying to do things, and as you're doing it, it's like, oh, we must get together, random person B. Because that's the one you've decided you want to pursue in this particular thing. And of course, there would have to be a harem route. Duh, there always has to be a harem route, right? Oh, it's you. If it's not so much trouble, I could really use your help. We've been making clothes for your people, but after speaking with Livingway, I realized we've made a grave mistake. Considerable alterations must be made to our plans, and I was hoping you might join me to speak with the Loperate in charge of garment adjustments. Sure. Thank you. I'm not going to be happy about this, but okay, whatever. And yeah, the last thing we want is Ride to Hell Retribution and its sex scenes. That's up. How are we supposed to resize everything? We don't even know what the base alteration's on. I'm right here. I'm a little tall for my race, though. Seems to be the model. Yes, you really are like a baby carrot. Okay. Perhaps an explanation is over. You see, we'd like you to help us redefine the nature of the clothing we create. We believe comfort and familiarity are key to accommodating the people of Atheros, which is why we brought masks and all-purpose robes would suffice. When Livingway claimed fashion trends of Atheros are far removed from what we anticipated, I was incredulous. But meeting you made everything perfectly clear. Really? Indeed. Just imagine I'm in Gigapudding's full pig outfit right now. I see now that our plans won't do. Your garments are so vibrant and unique. Again, pig outfit. We need to decide what adjustments to make. Would you please stay for a while? Yeah. Strike a pose. Okay. The remastered versions are worse in every way, unless you use a mod to fix the bug, in which case you're fine, Triaxia. Why'd you choose to wear this outfit? Not sure what I was thinking, to be honest. I like how it looks. That's why I picked this one. This is actually a cosmetic. So people find designs like this aesthetically pleasing. I see, I see. Maybe try your battle stance next. Which one of these is that? That's this one. Whoop! Almost killed the Loperate there. Sorry, my bad. Really? Okay, let's try that again. I believe I have a solid grasp of what our designs were lacking before. Truly, I never realized one's choice of attire, earflops, could make such an impression. But that ensemble quite befits your personality, I must say. Does it? Which means we can't just throw the same garb on everyone. What's that saying you have? Ah, yes, variety is the spice of life. You have given me so many new ideas, I can hardly wait to get started. In fact, I cannot wait at all! And they're off. Right. Anyways. So, who the heck is Xander Cage? Does anybody know who Xander Cage is? I do believe we have a much better idea what she'd be making now. And the necessary alterations should prove little trouble. Just you wait, someday soon the people of Atheros will be clamoring for the latest fashions from Best Ways Burrow. Assuming I get back to work, that is. Well, they were built, Trihexia, but no is the answer to your question. Hey, it's a philosopher's sandwich. It was not rhetorical. I really didn't know who the character was. It's Guiding Way. There you are. Do you have a moment? While going through the resources sent by our collaborators, I stumbled upon a rather curious morsel of information that wants for verification. Is it true you can procure crafting materials from other living creatures and thereafter use them to craft without using creation magics? Incredible. I'd like to try my hand at it, but first I require materials to craft with. Yep, that's the Minecraft problem. Punch a tree. Considering what resources are here in Mare Lamentorum, I thought a Daphnia would be the perfect specimen to harvest material from, but I'm hardly a hunter. But that's where you come in. Being Heideland's champion and all, I have no doubt you can handle a Daphnia or two. Might I trouble you to bring one back for study? Yeah, sure. Wonderful. The Daphnia inhabit the area around Loving Ways Darlings, if you're looking for a place to start. Happy hunting. Okay. So apparently, Dream Whisperer also wants a game starring Xander Cage in the Warcraft setting. Okay, so, it's a porn game. But the way it works is, you start off as Xander Cage, you're like, I'm here, and I'm totally extreme and tubular. And then he dies in, like, the first 20 seconds of the game. And then the camera cuts to, this undead. Who's like, I knew it! I knew those humans were no good. And then this undead woman walks up and says, I'll show you humans being no good. And then they just have sex. And that's the whole game. There you go, boom. Why am I doing this as a Dark Knight? I mean, I know I'm turning him in as a Dark Knight, but what is wrong with me? In case you're not familiar with it, there's actually a series of really trashy romance novels that exist in-universe in Warcraft. And one of them is the romantic entanglement between a zombie and a banshee. I will not share it with you here, for fear of destroying your minds forever. Welcome back. I take you have Daphnia for me? Or what's left of one, I suppose. Yeah, here you go. Boop. Oh, goodness. Apologies. Yeah, that's the one, the reward. I've never seen one this close before. The skin is quite elastic. Is it still bloody? With this, I should prove no trouble at all to produce clothing for people of all sizes. Wouldn't closer than that be too translucent? Well, certainly better than Thavnir or Labyrinthos, the Neruv. Now that you mention it, we'll have to come up with a rigorous dye treatment to make sure the clothing isn't too revealing. In any case, you've been a great help. It's not much, but I'd like you to have this. Oh, thanks. Let's see. Traditional JRPG set in a Blizzard IP. I mean, Warcraft is really the obvious choice there, but let me think about that for a minute. Right. This is a regional. Like, people have been asking for a single-player abandoned RPG set in Warcraft for literally over a decade. I think actually we're approaching 2 decades soon. Wait, No, we're past 2 decades, aren't we? No, we're not. We are approaching 2 decades. I was right. 2004. The ancient past was terrible! It was so terrible I gave it 2 positives and no negatives. I spit on it! Tui! It was good stuff. Pardon me, could you spare a moment? A friend and I plan to go to meet you shortly after we woke from hibernation, but they're an excitable sort, and after much shouting and hopping, they ran straight into a wall. They've yet to awake. On one paw, I understand their enthusiasm. We were all ecstatic on their first visitors that had arrived from Atheros. On the other hand, they ran into a wall. I do feel bad for them, so I want to make them a surprise, something to cheer them up when they wake up. I dare not venture out alone, though, so I was hoping you could come with me. Meet me at the Southern Mary Lamentora. We'll see if we can find something nice. Yeah, the problem is a JRPG, and we have to make it a JRPG, would fit all of the settings pretty easily. But I think Warcraft would fit better. Warcraft tends to have more traditional long-term plots, and character reveals, party focus, right? Like, it just fits the setting a little bit more seamlessly than the other ones. Not sure what I would want to do with it, though. Yeah, there are literally mangas for a while. Have been for a long time, since BC. We saw flowers here once when out on patrol. Gorgeous crystalline flowers that grow on the heads of lunatenders. If we were to gift them one of them when they wake, they'd be over the star. Or over the moon, in your parlance. I have to go and deliver our patrol records to Moonsail, but in the meantime, could you get a flower, please? Yeah, sure. I mean, I tend to agree with you, Linnea Ruth. God, I still have to do Garlemald. Ugh. Just realized that. A JRPG is actually tougher than it sounds. Whoops, I'm going the wrong way. Or too far, rather. Because a JRPG's structure tends to lean itself more towards dealing with things that are higher tier. But most of the things in all 4 settings that are higher tier are already being dealt with or already have been dealt with. It's beautiful. They've wanted one of these ever since they learned how special flowers are in your culture. Now think about it, if they were received from you personally, they might run into a wall again. Worse. I think I'd better give it to them. With your regards, of course. I'll meet you back at the burrow. Thank God, yes, Evo. We're trying to discuss a JRPG now. I'm actually more torn on this one than I have been on any other genre so far. Funnily, Blade Travel says, what about Freelancer? We actually already answered that one. StarCraft Freelancer, yes! I'm afraid so, Linerith. We went with Overwatch. As it happens, it's a good thing you didn't go give them to him the flower. Just hearing it was from you nearly made them faint dead away. Perhaps I should have waited longer until after they woke up. In any case, I'm going to decline this quest because I'm the wrong class right now. There we go. There we go. Give me that sweet, sweet 2% of a level. Oh, yeah. Worth it. Greetings, I'm the Lockpert in charge of Children's Romping Grounds. I expect it'll be quite the challenge keeping the children of Atheris entertained with limited space and supplies, but I dare say I'm up to it. In fact, I but recently came up with a new game that requires no props or preparation. I call it the Lockperts Never Stopper-It. Name pending Living Ways approval. Care to give it a go? Sure, let's play the Lockperts Never Stopper-It. I knew you would. Now, the game is very simple. You need only count the Lockperts hopping this way and that, or possibly no way, before their time is up. Okay. Okay. I've got the dumbest, most boring idea ever for a JRPG set in a Blizzard IP. Uh-oh. Someone else aggroed it. I'll help you, other person. WoW Vanilla. Retold as a single-player JRPG. Oh, sure, we could do something creative or fun or whatever, but I think a retelling of WoW Vanilla's story, for there is a story to WoW Vanilla, from the perspective of picking your party and making your way through the adventuring campaign and blah, 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 would work reasonably well. Now, the thing is, if I was to do that exact format, I actually do have a blizzard from that bird. If I was going to do that exact format, what I would probably do is make your characters non-characters, right? I would make them non-story relevant. You know, Dragon Quest style, effectively. Yeah, you see the direction there, Bragwin, because the whole idea would be you would just be adventurers. You would be a group of people who decided to band together, and you would be able to set up... I would like the ability to customize. I know that's more of a Western RPG thing than a JRPG thing, so I guess that actually isn't allowed. So never mind, let me walk this back a bit. Hang on, let me walk back. Okay, hang on. Since this is a JRPG, I've changed my mind completely. So there would be very significant characters for each of the main characters in the party. And each of them would be predetermined, and we'd probably mix and match. You know, there would be a human, there'd be an orc, gotta have the classics. But then there'd be a Forsaken, there'd be a Tauren, probably a gnome, night elf, troll, and I guess that's it? Was that all there was in Vanilla? It's actually been a while. And each of them have their own classes, of course, and their own specs. Or maybe you can decide their specs. I don't know. Because JRPGs have variable amounts of character customization. Do you see the character creation station there? When you're ready, see how many Loperts you can count. Okay, let's go. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm ready. Oh, do I have to actually hit them? No, okay. Well, again, the question was specifically for a JRPG, which is why I started rejiggering my thoughts. 5. We have a winner! Too easy, you say? No, I only noticed the 5th one in like the last 2 seconds. You did have fun, didn't you? Wait, hold that thought. Our time is nearly up. The structure is important for productive play. You can tell me all about the fun you had after we returned. Okay. Loperits. I don't know. Ironically, you've really thrown me a curveball here, Blade Chaval. JRPG is a hard one. I would be hesitant to do an Elseworld story, Weouts, especially considering that Warcraft already has too many Elseworld stories, and they kind of suck. Tell me what you think. I'm confident the children will like it. It cuts back on equipment costs as well. I see no downsides. How was it? How was it, everyone? We could say it was a great, boring, or we've played this before. I'll let you decide. Let's go with great. It was a great time. You did good. Thing that's like millennia older than I am. Wonderful. I knew I came up with a terrific game, but hearing it from you is all the more reassuring. Thank you for taking the time to play with me. If I come up with a new game, I'll be sure to seek out your expert opinion. Why the hell would a story matter, Bregman? God! I'm going to skip over the JRPG question. I think I would have to really chew on that for longer. Versus insufficient data, even after everything I've done. You, Livingway told me about you. Would you mind letting me ahead? As you know, we Loprits only awakened recently. While we were sleeping, Mary Lamentorum has undergone a number of bewildering changes, one of them being the appearance of strange, walking fungi thinkers, we call them. An Alagon vessel crashed here many years ago, and part of it were pierced through the wall of our underground bioplant. I believe the spores will eventually make their way from the surface of the moon, where they went on to mutate and evolve in our absence. I mean to study these curious new life forms, but I need more data. Okay. You win, Blade Turval. Everyone execute Blade Turval immediately, before he gives in to a despair beast. So Zedslayer says, a Lego game. I mean, a Lego game makes itself. I don't have to design anything. You make Lego Warcraft, and StarCraft, and Diablo in the same game. And it's a parody. There you go. Done. No thought required. But then Zedslayer has a much more terrifying question, and of course, terrifying genre. Dynasty Warriors, or a Musou game, if you prefer. So, Diablo 3 is already practically a Musou game by itself. Yeah, Lego fits everything, exactly. Because you play someone in lore who is ludicrously powerful in Diablo 3. And you literally mow through hundreds upon hundreds of enemies like they were just wind. Just air in your way. And that's all canonical, that's all lore. So it's kind of already a Musou game, right? And then you have a big boss fight with a big thing, and that's the thing you actually have to fight out, and that's telegraphs and blah blah blah. So it's already a Musou game. So for the sake of ease, and by ease I mean the lack of ease, the thing that is the opposite of ease, I will go ahead and play and choose something other than Diablo. Here's your sample. Excellent. Why is the structure of the filament... It's different from the fungi growing in the bioplant. Mayhap the spores mixed with substances leaked from the Alagon ship. Chimera incubation fluid? Well, that sounds great. In any case, any and all potential threats must be eliminated if we're meant to make the moon fit for habitation. Yeah, no kidding. Thanks, Alagons. Keep ruining everything. Stupid. Anyways, the thing is, ironically, I don't think StarCraft or Warcraft fit the Musou format, fit the Dynasty Warriors format. Both, the Dynasty Warriors thing at its core is about one singularly powerful person smashing through waves of garbage and being cool and flashy about it, and capturing points, and then going and fighting a big boss, which is actually a substantial fight. Like, you're level 20 and everything else is level 1. Warcraft and StarCraft both don't fit that format. Like, nothing in... Very, very, very few things in StarCraft are that high of a power level individually, and in Warcraft, everybody's strong to some extent or another. The whole setting is higher tier. I mean, sure, Illidan could probably beat up a bunch of stuff, but it's still not quite a proper fit. So let me think about that for a minute. You're that visitor everyone's been talking about. I don't suppose you have time to assist me in a matter of life and death. 4 of my friends went out to patrol the moon and mine for ore. They should be back by now, but I'm worried something happened. I can't say I'm too fond of the idea of coming face-to-face with face-to-face-like growth with one of those roving fungi myself. Could you come along, please? Okay. Just for you, adorable thing. Your adorableness shall be endured. Congrats, Valerian. I suppose we could do what Hyrule Warriors did. For those of you not aware, Hyrule Warriors took canon and threw it right out the window, and basically made a Dynasty Warriors game with Zelda skin on it. And we could do that, but at that point, that's easy, right? Like, there's nothing to decide there. We just pick Warcraft, you run around as Thrall, or Illidan, or whoever, and you just your way through everything, right? There's already even raid fights in the game. Yeah, Three Houses is doing that too with, oh, I forget what it's called. Three somethings. Three Hopes, that's it. I'm not slacking. I passed out after a Weeper ambushed me. Yes, that's definitely what happened. Ear flaps. If you're looking for the others, they went ahead to survey the Klula and the area around the Cradle of Darkness. I'll get them myself, but I'm much too lazy, exhausted for my encounter with the Weeper. It is technically possible to have a better graphics card than I do. Not by much, but it is possible. Mining makes me so sleepy. Stay awake. Hey, stay awake. Exactly, Blade Ball. Oh, it's time to go back already? Hardly got anything done. Oh, well. I forget the exact specs, but I have a variant of a 3080. A good variant of a 3080. I sincerely doubt it, Linearuth. I don't really have a need for an upgrade, probably not for a few years. Wake up. Goodness, time to head back. I was so focused on flopping my ears, I lost track of time. Can't get in the air quick. Oh, okay. Oof, that was close. Where the hell? Okay, hear me out a bit, okay? Just give me a second. Why would you sleep right here? What is wrong with you? This hole sure is deep. Drop a rock in there, you'll never hear it hit the bottom. What are you doing? Oh, it's you. Is something the matter? What are you doing? Sorry for the bother. I didn't realize I'd been gone so long. I'll head back to it right away. No, whatever. I would have to run, I think at the moment I'd have to run 4+ games to cause my computer to have any lag. I know that because I've run 3+ games before without any issues. Loporits. Telling you. I feel much better after that brief and totally regulation-compliant break. Let's head back and sift through the spoils of our expedition. don't think you're impressed by their shenanigans. Honestly. And now I will conquer space! I mean, I will eventually, but, you know, it's neither here nor there. So hear me out for a second. What I would do with the Dynasty Warrior games for Blizzard IPs, and I know we've pulled this trick before, but whatever, is I would bring in everything. Picture you're on the battlefield, and you're playing as Thrall, and you're like, elements come to my aid! And you throw forward a giant wave of earthquake, and then a giant wave of lightning, and then everything's really big and flashy and awesome. But then after you've defeated the giant wave of enemy death, all of a sudden we find out that there's a new enemy on the field, we're not sure what's going on, we should go investigate. And you go over there, and let's go, Tassadar comes down, BAM! And he's actually wielding a carrier. Like, his weapon is a carrier that's just kind of floating around above him. And he's just like, Funk! And just this wave, his ultimate is wave after wave of carrier fighters just come down and start blasting the whole area, like carpet bombing it, you know? I am Tassadar. I will purify this world of the evil that's within it. And Thrall's like, no, we must fight for no good reason. And Tassadar's like, very well. Then he grabs the carrier and bashes Thrall over the head with it. And Thrall's like, ugh, totally defeated. But then, that's when a hand rests on his shoulder. And it's Jim Raynor. And he's just like, hey, what's going on? And he's not in his suit. He's just there, just by himself. Tassadar's like, friend Raynor, I do not wish to fight you, but I will if I must. And Raynor's like, oh no, you're not going to fight me. You're going to fight them. And he turns around. And then there's just like the Hyperion, which just collides with Tassadar, just in the face. Bam! Giant explosion. But then they become friends, because they're actually on the same side, because they're fighting the Zerg, who've merged with the Legion. There's Demon Zerg going around here. And as they're fighting the Demon Zerg, they find out that the one true evil behind everything was actually, Geed. That frickin' dude from Diablo 2. And Geed is like, yeah. And just go bonkers with it. Just go absolutely ridiculous bonkers with it. And there you go. There's your Dynasty Warrior game. Thanks again for helping me round everyone up. I'm glad no one was hurt. We're lucky this time, but those fungi and other odd creatures, I think we need to reconsider our patrol routes from now on. Yeah, I'm kidding. Yeah, Fell Zerg. Think about that for a second. It's kind of a nightmare state, really. Oh god, yeah, Geed's the loot goblin. Geed's the loot goblin. And he just shows up and everyone's like, ah, quick, kill him! Kill him! Good day to you, partner. Well, as you know by now, these facilities were built to meet any and all expectations, or blah, 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 any and all needs your people might have. However, you're not all what we expected. I don't mean just your exceedingly diminutive stature. A great number of changes must be made, including to our sentry drones. We have no frame of reference for what may pose a threat to your kind. I believe a better understanding of your strength may enlighten us. Not just your physical strength, but your strategic prowess. Okay. Alright. We'll go do your thing. Wrong way. So the next question is a freelancer, which I've already answered. And the next one after that is a visual novel set in a Blizzard IP. Or a Telltale-style game. I feel like Warcraft would probably fit that best. Just because Warcraft has really, really low-tier storytelling in it. Like, there are ground-level characters and ground-level stories within Warcraft. And that's where Telltale style fits the best, in my opinion. When you're not dealing with the end of the universe, you're dealing with something way down there, right? And yeah, I was going to say Diablo would also work, because Diablo also does the same thing. StarCraft, not so much. And Overwatch, definitely not. Overwatch is a superhero setting. Let's get started, shall we? Activating Terminal 1. This thing is called a Mankind Checker. In case you were wondering. Come on, game. You certainly have a knack for battle. I can hardly imagine how strong your enemies must be. All the members in our centuries are in serious need of improvements. One more test? Ah, sure, whatever. That's the spirit. I can't imagine you'll have much trouble after seeing that first display, but one can never have too much data. Let's try drones at terminal number 2. That's just it. It's the rabbit version of Dr. Luge. Interesting, Reggie. I was thinking that playing as a necromancer would be really fun in the Dynasty Warrior game. Like, picture playing Kel'Thuzad, and every enemy you kill just gets right back up and joins your side immediately. And, like, there's like a little Pikmin number that indicates how many you have currently following you. And you can just pick up, like, 20 or 40. And if you have like, 50 things, or 20 things, or 10 things, that's the ammo necessary for certain special moves. So you can just, you can throw them at the enemy, or make them collide and explode, or turn into an abomination for a few seconds, or whatever. That was incredible. You haven't been sneaking any iron carrots, have you? I had no idea you were so fearsome in battle. Maybe we should forget the sentries and have you guard the Bestway Burrows. I jest. We would never dream of putting you and your peoples in harm's way. I want to thank you properly, but let's head back to the main plaza. A visual novel. I still feel like Warcraft is the choice I would pick there, but I'm biased because I love the setting. I love the setting of Azeroth to death. So if I was going to do a Telltale game set in Azeroth, I admit the cheat answer would be to have something following Lily, because she already has her own series of adventures, which are very low tier, and are pretty much perfect for the Telltale format. Like, she has an entire kids series of books about it, which are canon, by the way. The book, The Moon Will Be as safe can be once the drones are refurbished, and thanks to you I have all the data I could ask for. Though I did read a touching concern in one of the books about our collaborator sent us, something about certain drinks you imbibe that makes you a threat to yourself and everyone around you. I hope our drones will be prepared for such an emergency. I was actually going to say the same thing, Reggie. As weird as it may sound, setting a Telltale-style game in Warcraft's afterlife could tell some really cool stories, because there's a lot of little details in the Shadowlands that could be fleshed out into those kind of things. Oh, excuse me, you're a visitor from Atheris, right? If it's alright, I'd like to have a word with you. In private. It's... Oh, I can't talk about it here. Okay. I mean, the whole point of the Shadowlands is supposed to be, the structure of it, is that you're supposed to go into the afterlife that best fits you. And I would love the idea of someone coming to grips with the fact that they're dead, but their life is still going on, and actually they love it. And maybe they feel guilty about that. Maybe they feel weirded out because they had a whole life and friends and loved ones from back in the day, from back when they were alive, and they're never going to see them until they die, and if they die, they may or may not end up within the same afterlife. Until we come along, it's not like the afterlives were really connected, after all. Alright. Good. So, you see, thing is, there's someone I want to meet. He's not like other Loporrits, which I guess is why he lives so far removed from everyone else. He very much enjoys his privacy, and will only show up if you speak his password first. The password is going my way. Okay. Oh, hang on. Lowercase. There we go. Huh? Those thunderous footfalls and sonorous tones aren't at all like a Loporrit. Who goes there? It's me. I brought someone I'd like for you to meet. Very well. You may enter. And yeah, I love the idea of having to discuss and analyze how people deal with just basic, everyday social concerns and cultural concerns from being in the afterlife. You know, falling in love again, or finding a new family, you know, trying to move on. Because the afterlife in the Warcraft setting is very much a second life. It is another attempt at going ahead and having a full life. There's culture, there's infrastructure, there's sports, there's games, there's all sorts of stuff, right? It's a whole other existence. It's just once you go down from that one, you're permagon. So, you know, you still want to not die again. And there's a whole lot you could do with that. Especially with people who, like, I could picture the main villain being someone who is trying to reconnect. Yeah, exactly, Linnerith. Someone who's trying to reconnect with the living world, and everyone's trying to stop them because that's such a terrible idea for every reason. Like, all of it would completely overhaul everything if people knew that after they die, they get this whole other life. Eternal life, even. Like, think about how many people in the Warcraft setting would immediately just be like, wait, I could just go to the afterlife and have a better life than this? Stab. Think about it. Think about how bad things have gotten. Think about how many people willingly joined the Cult of the Damned because of how messed up things were in the wake of the Second War, right? Yeah, daily suicide. Gotta get that in there. Jesus. But you get my point. So we need to keep the afterlife separate. And so forth and so on. And completely omit the jailer because it's stupid. Anyways, this is going my way. A rather odd name, you might say. But I can think of nothing more apt to describe the way I choose. Nay, the way I was born to live. Ever since the 1241st inspection, I have longed to be free. So I stopped using the hibernation chambers and came here to live in secret and solitude. I found him here by accident one day when searching for supplies. I promised to keep his secret. We've been friends ever since. I made an exception for you because, well, he likes rare and unusual things, and you're the most rare and unusual thing I've ever seen. I mean that in the best possible way, of course. A visitor from Atheris at long last. I bid you welcome to the moon. My friend tells me you're an adventurer. What a life that must be. I, too, yearn to journey in search of the unknown. And to that end I have labored to build a ship that one day may take me to explore the other side of the moon. I hope he makes it soon. Speaking of which, I'm sure I was busy at work before he barged in here. We should probably let him get back to it. Yeah, it's Hasm way. And yeah, Bane, any Tauren should have a reaction to the afterlife. Especially being in the afterlife, because several races in Warcraft setting, including orcs, trolls, and Tauren, all deliberately don't go to the afterlife as a result of how their society functions, how their magic functions, and how their culture functions. You know, I actually talked about this during the WoW lore run, the entire idea of ancestral spirits deliberately hanging around and continuing to be in the physical plane because they're ancestral spirits. They want to be there for their descendants and, you know, their grandchildren and so forth and so on. Look, it's a long trip, okay, Giga Pudding? And there's no pudding on the other side. Thanks for meeting with my friend. He thinks outside the carrot patch, so it's nice to spend time with him from time to time. Don't tell anyone. It has to be our secret. Okay, I won't tell anybody. That's... pretty sure I know what this is. Just double checking now. Yep, okay, cool. Yeah, no, I think I'm going to make that my final answer. Sorry for taking so long to answer, Evo, but yeah. Warcraft Afterlife Telltale, done. So Ross asks, what game has your favorite turn-based battle system? Probably XCOM 2, specifically, if I had to pick one. I'd have to think after that. I knew I'd find you eventually. Can you talk? I have so many things I want to ask you. I actually cannot talk, no. We've learned so much about you thanks to collaborators on Atheris, but it's become abundantly clear there's a great deal they neglected to mention. Your stunted growth, for example. Rather than speculate on details we have overlooked, I hope to clarify a few things, if that's alright. Okay, so, a few of my fellow Loprits will sure to have burning questions, so if you wait here a moment, I'll go fetch them. Okay. Wait a moment. Okay, that's adorable. Sorry to keep you waiting. Now then, shall we get started? Am I sitting down like really, really low? First, we have to ask about typical methods of stress relief. Just all the sacks. We have read that when thrust into new and otherwise unfamiliar environment, the people of Atheris can become quite stressed. Should the worst come to worst, when they're forced to relocate to the moon, well, we've considered a number of contingencies based on what we've read, but being a native of Atheris yourself, we're quite curious to know how you prefer to relieve stress. So exercise, sleep, or breaking the bones of my enemies are the three options. Well, none of those are accurate, so breaking the bones of my enemies. You what? Oh, how barbaric! I suppose the exertion required to do so can help relieve stress. Maybe we could repurpose our supporters for mock combat. Oh, certainly enlightening. Thank you. We can make a paradise out of the moon yet. You just wait and see. I, too, have a rather pertinent question. What do you people do for recreation? I'm not going to make the same joke. We've pored over every book provided to us from cover to cover, but the answer yet eludes us. While we're quite certain we have a few ideas for entertainment, we're wanting for inspiration. So what do you enjoy? Video games. So we've got... Oh, my God. So we've got eating, travel and exploration, or the carnage of battle. I'll go with travel and exploration. I think it's the best option there. No, Evo. I did it once. That's all I'm doing. I'm not Xenos. Oh, good. There are myriad places to visit on the moon aside from the Mare Lamentorum. They all look more or less the same, though. I think I have a better idea what needs to be done next. Thank you. Your wave. One last question, if I may, and perhaps the most important question I could ask of you. Do you like carrots? Okay, so anybody who's watched me for any length of time knows I like carrots, but to really comment on this, I quite literally have a thing of carrots right now on my desk. I love carrots. They're the perfect snack food. They don't get anything on your fingers, so you don't have to worry about anything with your keyboard or your controller or anything. Like if you're curled up in bed with a blanket, no worried about getting stuff on the sheets, right? They're crunchy because crunch is important. The texture of the act of crunching is an important part of the snacking experience. It helps make it more satisfying. They also don't have to be crunchy. You can steam them if you prefer it that way. They don't do anything to so most snack foods, eventually they start to hurt your tongue, like sweets or salt, or they hurt your throat after a while. None of those issues, because you can just keep eating carrots. It's fine. Like, there is such a thing as eating too many carrots, but you really have to eat a lot of carrots to get to that point. Like, it takes a while. So, you can just munch however long you want to. They're also relatively cheap because they're a root vegetable, and root vegetables are easy to get. Yeah, very low calorie, higher in sugar than you'd imagine, but not to the point where it's really a big deal. And if you really feel like it, you can add dip or salt or anything else. And that's a way to flavor the carrots if you want to go that way with it. I'm not joking when I say carrots are close to being one of the perfect snack foods. And by close to, I mean they are the perfect snack food that just doesn't fit for everybody. Because allergies or preferences. Try to leave some for us. I think that covers everything. Thank you for your time. It was awfully nice of you taking time to answer our questions. It was more helpful than you know. Every word of what you said is in my notes. I plan to share it with everyone. Mark my words. We'll transform the move into a marvel unlike anything you've ever seen. So, at the local grocery store until they got to know me, until I became a regular, one of the most common questions I would get is, what's with all the carrots? Because I buy about 7 pounds of carrots every time I go. And I know it's 7 pounds because I'm a geek, and I measure and organize my purchases. So I have 7 pounds of carrots I buy every week. I go through 7 pounds of carrots. Actually, I go through slightly less than 7 pounds of carrots in a week. And yeah, they also store quite a long time and quite well. And you can do a lot with them if you want to cook with them, and just carrots are amazing, that's what I'm saying. Although, if we're being honest, most root vegetables are actually pretty high tier. I mean, potatoes, you know. Goodness, my apologies, I was rather preoccupied thinking about the rainbow crystals. Beautiful, aren't they? Their elemental energies are what make it possible for people to survive here on the moon. From the air we're breathing to the gravity that keeps us from haphazardly floating around, it's all thanks to those crystals. Yeah, the Eden crystals there. They require regular maintenance to maintain equilibrium, though, and that's where I come in. If you've a mind to see how it's done, I could use an extra set of paws, or hands, as your kind seems to insist on calling them. My friend will take care of the more delicate work. All you do is bring a few aspected crystals. Okay. So what you need is to get lightning and wind aspected ether. Okay, sure, done. Yes, I know, I get it. Oh my god, I get it, shut up! Yeah, potatoes are insane in how, not only how varied they are, what you can do with them cooking-wise, but how nutritious they are. Potatoes are stupid nutritious. It's kind of crazy to think about. But anyways, sorry. Moving on. Let's see. A detective game. Okay, here's a one. Dream Whisper says, I have to make a Blizzard IP detective game. Kind of like Detroit Become Human. That could fit all 4 of them pretty well. Yeah, eggs are another perfect food. It's actually silly how nutritious eggs are. And cheap, and easy to cook. And useful for everything. Eggs and potatoes. You could quite literally live on eggs and potatoes with only a few deficiencies in your diet. There would be a few. Probably need to get some oranges in there or something, but, you know. Oh, absolutely, Mike Lamano. And not everyone will have potatoes. Or carrots. And that's because they're wrong! They must be purged! Yep, I have a lightning aspected crystal for you. Here you go. Sickness must be purged. You just sicken me. You just sicken me? Yeah, true enough, Wenlock. Oh, I love sweet potatoes. I actually have a sweet potato mash right now that I'm going to cook more properly later. I haven't done it yet. I've just done the prep work. I might do that tonight. Because we might be cutting off a little early tonight. I haven't decided yet. Depends. Depends on how long Ultima Thule takes. We're almost done with the Mare Elementorum. That is to say, the moon. So. Actually, we are not doing D&D tonight. So. Shrug. Did you lose progress, Rax? Rain, how I long to see shimmering raindrops that fall freely on Atheros. It's my dream to one day expand the capabilities of the rainbow crystal so we can do just that. Who knows? Perhaps we'll need a parasol the next time you visit. But until then, I promise to keep the moon in tip-top condition. And that is all the moon stuff. So, allow me to go ahead and give my professional opinion as someone who reviews video games and has done so for the years range now. That was really cute. But in all seriousness, did you notice how there was much fewer quests and much less traversal time for those quests? The overwhelming majority of those quests were in these 3 mini-zones. I think 5 went out here. No, 3 went out here. And otherwise it was all in here. And there were nowhere near as many of them. I hate to keep making this point again, but this zone is actually proving me right. Yeah, exactly. There are fewer of them, they're of higher quality, and they don't get to the point of being glugh, like both Thavnair and Charlian, and frankly, most of the other zones in the game have been. And yeah, flying is more or less mandatory for this, I would agree, but that's true with every zone in this expansion. This zone is way too big for wandering around on slow mode. But I stand by my statement. I wonder, because I know Ultima Thule, not just from what Lunarith has told me, but from what I myself have seen, is going to have substantially less quests in it. And I wonder if we're going to see, whoops, this one, the same concept. I wonder if we're going to see the same thing there. So no negatives to the moon. Because, yeah, I mentioned this because I've already looked. Look at that. That may look like a lot, but trust me, I think that's actually literally half what we had in Thavnair, just at a glance there. I gave Elpis 2 positives and no negatives. Elpis could have been better, which would have put into more positive territory, but it was still quite good, so it's still 2 positive territory, if that makes any sense. Like, there was some good stuff in Elpis. I didn't mind doing Elpis one at a time. You notice we did that in the Moon, too. Do one side quest, talk it out loud, turn it in, do the next side quest. I've been treating these like they're actually... I don't know how else to play this. I'm treating these like these are WoW quests. Good WoW quests. Where you're really supposed to do them, and then do that quest to succinction, and read it as you go, right? Yeah, some significance to it, exactly. I haven't done Garlemald yet. I will not be doing Garlemald on camera, because, well, Garlemald, I don't think I can show you. Garlemald has a lot of side quests. A lot. So yeah, I'm probably going to do Garlemald off camera, and by probably I mean total certainty I'm going to. I'm actually out of water, and I'm talking a lot though, so I'm going to go ahead and grab a fresh water. Be right back. Enjoy the sight of this dragon who's like, "Hey, what's up? Do my quest, please." So let's do the second to last. So in case I haven't said this out loud, sorry, here's the format. I'm going to go ahead, and we're going to do Ultima Thule, and then I'm going to chop off for the day. I'm going to go ahead and do as much of Garlemald as I can stomach off camera. Then, tomorrow, we're going to start the day by doing the regionals. That's still going to take several hours, because regionals take a minute. I have deliberately left the regionals in several zones. I know I have at least one in Thavnair. I'm going to leave the ones in Garlemald, of course. I left the one back in the moon. And I left the 3 in Elpis, and I will leave whatever's here. So we're going to leave the regionals for tomorrow. That'll be tomorrow's morning stream. Hopefully, the first 5 hours will be enough to get all the regionals out of the way. I don't know. Regionals can take a while. Once we're done with the regionals, that's it. We're done with Endwalker Vanilla. And we'll go ahead and move forward into 6.1 territory. Ugh. So we'll see how that works out. But that's the plan right now. Ere the mechanical menace descended, the spring before thee was clear as purest glass. Now behold the vile blight upon it. Should we do nothing, naught remains save poison and black ash. Alas, my roar no longer rings loud enough to cleanse these waters, and my kin here fare little better. Yet at times I hearken unto faraway call, strong and resounding, though I know not whence it cometh. Wouldst thou think its source, that its wellspring might be saved? Sure, I can do that. And yet most zones regionals do that, Linearith, so that's not surprising. Happened in Charlian, too. Or Labyrinthos, rather. I would not fain waste mine energies on thy lost cause, morsel. Begone with thee, ere thou find'st thyself betwixt my teeth. Sorry, I was unaware I was addressing a dragonette. Dost thou wish to be devoured? Humph. With my peerless roar I shall demonstrate the futility of thy pursuit, and savor the despair upon thy countenance when thou art forced to admit defeat. Get thee astride my back. I cannot abide watching thy stunted limbs struggle. Oh, okay, let's go then. This is an interesting looking mount. Oh! It flies. Now dost thou ken my wisdom? We may attempt another angle, shouldst thou thirst for greater despair. Yes, even more despair! Bathe me in it. Admits thy defeat, this spring shall never regain its lost splendor. Though if thy tale be true, thou art not the only fool in need of this lesson. Let us speak to the old worm. And yes, thank you, Rex. The X6.1 stream will be the MSQ, the dungeon revamps, and that also includes the MSQQ revamp. Mayhap was too much to ask these waters could run clear once more. Thou shouldst know such dreams are folly. To live is one matter, but to hope... It is not so futile as thou wouldst believe. Hearken closely. I drank of this spring not moments ago. Though the difference be slight, it tasted less brackish than before. Thine actions were not wasted. Humph! Thou sought to restore it to its crystalline state. Thy aspirations have failed, in sooth. However, I suppose 'tis proof enough that my roar still possesseth great power, despite the darkness that consumeth me. In that sense, perhaps thou art correct that some good resulted from mine efforts. And thine, morsel. No, I'm not going to touch it at all until everything's out in Earth. I'll have all the MSQ stuff unlocked, thanks to the patch streams, so that won't be an issue. And we'll see what they do with the relic. That's the only caveat. Also, the Animal Crossing thing, because it's the thing I'm most excited about in the entire game. That's not an exaggeration. I've been super hyped for that ever since they first mentioned it, and I still know nothing about it. It's just whatever. For any change, no matter how small, I am grateful. To recall the taste of pure water once more, and to know we have yet the power to fight or decline. Others shall doubtless be hot. Keep thine ears open, for one day thou may hawk into the chorus of dragons' roars. Crystalline Conflict's the PvP thing, right? Because if the answer to that question is yes, then I'm an idiot and forgot to mention that I was hoping to bake that into the 6.1 thing. Hi, Zitslayer. Hey, stop stacking your fingers at me. Right. Although, what are you wearing? Oh, you're a blue mage, that's why. It is rather snappish. I like it. Except for the ears. Why do you have ears? But yeah, sorry. I do intend to actually show off Crystalline, or and by show off I mean test out and review the Crystalline Conflict thing in the 6.1 stream. I mean, I actually want to, regardless. I'm very curious. I also want to do some basic tests, percentage tests, stuff like that. I thought I recognized that staff, because I think that's technically what I have equipped. Nope, I'm wrong. No, it is Augmented Crypt Lurkers, yeah. Little wanderer, hast thou the courage to ken what awaits beyond this oasis? My kin, twisted body and soul, are turned to ash, all long since rotted underneath. Wilt thou adventure amidst these horrors to see if our brother yet stands? Ne'er hath he moved from this place of mourning, ere his consort was thus entombed. Would that I could bring him the solace of gentle touch, but I dare not seek him now. Shouldst thou wish it, thou shalt know him by the pallor of the Forsaken. I mean, I've mainlined a Forsaken for years, so that makes sense to me. Correct, Magister. Although I don't know details, because I haven't tried it out yet. In fact, remind me to show you something funny if you're still here when we finish these quests. Slash pet. Thy gentle caress, like unto the warmth of more joyous times. Thou art not of my kind, why hast thou come? Does that give a damn? So thou hast not yet forgotten me. I pity him. He has not. At times I wonder if my love doth pity me in turn. All of us unchanging, unable to be reborn. Yet if naught else remains of us, we have memory. Thus do I remain forever beside my beloved, through 1,000,000 quiet moments. Forever. You know, there's a better way to honor your love. You could weave a song, because remember, dragons carry forward their history into song. They don't even have written language. A song of Sitzlayer. Thou believest I need not anguish in silence. Perhaps thou art correct. My beloved was generous, noble, and took much joy in our skies. None is more deserving of a proud melody. I have not the strength to weave it at this moment, but perhaps in time. I thank thee for guiding me aright. There's the red mage weapon I was torn by. Almost got. But I stand by what I got. Well, I have the wrong outfit on. I'll fix that at some point. So, this song is nice and all, but I can tell already that this is going to get old. So let's see if I can find a better thing for this. The instrumental version I have access to doesn't loop, unfortunately, or otherwise I just do that. How fareth my kin? I see. Thou art far wiser than thou knowest, for our brother was once renowned for his verse. It would be an honor and a joy to hear his voice raised in song once again. Perhaps when next thou return, thou shalt hear it as well. Like, it's a good song. I don't care for the lyrics myself, but yeah, the loop is way too short, and we're gonna be here for like an hour, so... Come closer, little one, I must ask thee, did a pitiable dragonet meet its end at thy hand? Yes. Though I cannot find it in my heart to thank thee, nor shall I admonish thee. The young one would have suffered every living moment, as do we all, although some torments are more easily borne. If thou wouldst prevent further needless suffering, pray seek my shelled kin at shallow lake. He hath wallowed overlong in hatred beyond healing. Well, PvP just got a rather massive overhaul, Magister, which is one of the reasons I need to look at it. Yeah, exactly, Linear Ruth. Actually, you know what? That's a good point. I actually have a song that might work for this. A specific song that might play the entire time we're here. Let's see if it works. There it is. That's quiet. We'll see. Oh my god, it's the evil one. Oh geez, I'm the wrong spec. And class. And everything. Yeah, I think I need to turn this up a little bit. Sorry, Zedslayer. I mean, the point is I'm trying to do the quests as Gunbreaker, and turn in the quest as something that could benefit from the experience. Agreed, Rax. Turning it into the overall zone song was probably a misstep. So it is done. I heard his dying cry. His bloodline was the strongest of the armored ones, possessed of carapaces like unto stone. Yet even they were not impervious to the Metal Fiend's onslaught. It took but one to raise their nest. Even now its terrible form doth linger in my mind. 4 jaws ravened beneath a shroud of steel. And to those few who escaped the carnage, life has gifted naught but quiet despair. They yearn for vengeance, though our enemy has long since quit this place. As thou hast witnessed, they turn all too quickly to indiscriminate violence. Alas, this only feedeth the fires of their guilt. Never doth it quell them. I fear only death hath that power. There are extremely few songs I can hear on loop that I don't get tired of. And almost all of them are songs that are designed to be looped, designed to be, played endlessly. For those of you who were there for the Surviving Mars stream, the Surviving Mars music I never got tired of, right? But it was designed to be that kind of perfect ambient background music. Frankly, a lot of Stellaris music approaches the same way. What are you eating, Zedslayer? I will kill you, Ross, just so you know. Tiny traveler, thou hast traversed the great expanse to stand before me. I ask thee, on thy journey, didst thou find strength? None here have been spared the torment of loss, yet even tragedy cometh not in equal measure. Nay, of all my kin, my broodsires feel it most deeply. Eggs crushed before their eyes, hatchlings twisted beyond recognition. They cannot be blamed for turning to madness. One I would have you slay, for mine own power sufficeth not to end her suffering, yet she wandereth endless, restless, near the ash-choked lake, though naught but poison is to be found there now. Let's see if we can help this poor person out. You do get that vibe, don't you? No, just her. I get that vibe. It's not as bad as Argus, but it's definitely as bad as Shadow Moon Valley. Where is this? It was way over here. Thank God for flying. correct class, because there are wrong classes in this game. No, there really aren't. What does that say? Oh, shoot, I didn't catch it. It was moving too slow. Something about being a murderer? I didn't catch it. You know, I actually don't know who composed this. By the way, hi, Nugo. Sorry I didn't say hi. My bad. My apologies. Long, so long have I been where? Or drag. Let's do a couple things. Just really quick, just while we're here. But this is from Mass Effect Andromeda. So whoever composed Mass Effect Andromeda's music is probably whoever composed this one. If I were to guess. But I don't know the individual. Or even if it was a group. I know nothing. I'm torn between Diablo and Warcraft for a detective-style game. I like the idea of both for the same reason. Magic. No, I am 100% sure it's Andromeda. Ignoring the fact that I know the songs differently, the fact is that I can stare at the file name right now, Mass Effect Andromeda Galaxy Map. I actually like it a little bit better than the Mass Effect 1 and 2 maps. Just a little bit. Thy countenance speaketh volumes. I thank thee. The metal demons struck without warning, beautiful and pitiless as falling stars. We fought, yes, but for all our savagery we failed to protect the young. What few survived emerged from their eggs, disfigured and screaming. Would that this fate had taken a different course, we might have welcomed them into this world together and guided them into a brilliant future. You know, Midgar Sormer's children live on. So the young have found their place elsewhere. Our kind shall live on. I am gladdened to hear not all was in vain. May thy path lead thee true, traveler. Whoops, I meant to turn that in as a Dark Knight. Whatever. It's like 2% anyways. Whoop, cancel. Cancel, that's a regional. That's a regional. Cancel. Cancel. There we go. Oh, cool. Didn't know. Yeah, Paisano? Anyway, John does some good stuff. Traveler, thy coming hath stirred a longing in me. From where I lie, I behold naught but a desolate waste. But perhaps life doth persist beyond my ken. The smallest of creatures or a single budding blossom. It may remain ever beyond my reach, for these wounds, oh my god, wounds of mine heal not with time, yet I would know of them. I would know if any cause for hope lingereth upon our star. Let's go see what it is. I never did a rumination on Andromeda, to my knowledge. I did an early review, which is a prototype of the current review format. And I got a level checker, apparently. We did a stream on it, obviously, when it came out. But that was it. Yeah, my face... This is too quiet. This song just doesn't work. It's way too quiet. Do I ever intend... If the show... this is the wrong word, but if the show forces me to replay Andromeda, I will replay Andromeda. I have no desire of myself to replay Andromeda. Haven't decided yet, Linerith, but it really boils down to how substantial their news is, whatever their news is. Andromeda's gameplay, so saying that Andromeda had good gameplay is, as always, not getting across the point where it needs to. So let's chop this up a little bit. The class system of Andromeda is the best it's ever been. Andromeda, for the first time ever, for the second time ever, actually had legitimate build gameplay when it came to its classes, as opposed to just meaningless talent trees that increase a stat by 3, right? So you can actually mix and match builds, and you could be a Vanguard with, I can't remember, with engineer abilities, or you could be a soldier with, you know, saboteur abilities, right? You can mix and match. You didn't have a class, you had abilities from each of the trees. It was a really good system. It's probably the best aspect of the entire game. So forgive me for sitting on this point for a minute. The game also had reasonably enjoyable combat mechanism, like the function of running around and the jump pack and the shooting and the firing was actually quite good, especially in combination with the aforementioned build system. So actually playing the game and fighting stuff, fun. However, there was almost no gameplay content to speak of. The overwhelming majority of encounters were just trash. Normal, ordinary enemies which have a couple of attacks and there's nothing interesting about them whatsoever. And the game had a near total lack of boss fights, so there was nothing interesting to do with that combat. This is the Pokemon problem. It had good mechanisms and systems, but it had bad content. I'm not even talking about the narrative side of things, because the narrative side of things is its own thing. But there is also a great disparity in the quality of the planets. Some of the planets had lots of places you could run around to, explore, interact, and little events. Some of the planets had basically nothing. One of the planets didn't even let you pull out the vehicle at all. And most of the planets are 98% optional. Shrug. Dost thou return with glad tidings? Actually, I do. A rouge blossom and a pale blossom. Flowers, a joyous sight. Are there more whence these came? Didst thou find a thriving forest or a resplendent field? No, I did not. 'Tis as I feared. To see it now, canst thou even imagine how our star once teemed with life? How it flourished beneath golden sun and trio of moons, stars shining like gemstones in the night. My brethren and I loved not more than to soar amongst the clouds of green, teaching our eager hatchlings the delights of the hunt. These flowers once grew on the mountain tops there, high amongst the clouds. So small did they seem to us, the fruits better suited to feeding our star's tiniest creatures. We barely paid a single blossom any mind. Yet together, vibrant with the turn of seasons, they were breathtaking. Would that I could return to appreciate the sight we should have then. I nearly forgotten what this world once was. Although it may never be so again, thou hast my gratitude for returning to me these precious memories. This is actually Donkey Kong Country Returns. And to anybody who knows, that makes perfect sense, because I think that's Jake Kaufman, but he's legit. I forget which composer it is, but he's a really good... He's one of my favorite modern composers. Like, he's not at the level of Shimomura or Soken, but he's up there. And yeah, I agree that Andromeda has... God, it has so many problems. But that's why I hesitate to say it has good gameplay, because I really feel like that doesn't get across the problem. Thou canst leave this place. Find my child in my stead, I beg thee. She doubtless wants her mother's warmth, but my kin permit me not to quit this nest. They feign contrition, but if they truly pitied me, they would allow me to seek my child. Thou must go and assure me of her safety. Well, you haven't paled out like the other dragons, so... Empty-eyed dragon. The dragonling stares unblinking across the desolate landscape, eyes glassy enough that you cannot be certain she remains amongst the living. Okay. No, this is totally the Zones music. What are you talking about, Alex? I mean, let's be honest. The Warcraft mobile game has probably a 98% chance to be mobage. This cannot be. Thou must have given her a dreadful fright for her to freeze so, though she has never been fond of strangers. 'Tis clearer than ever I must see her myself. If only I could be freed from the watchful eyes of my consort. Not moments ago did I feel his gaze upon me, once so loving, now so bitterly cold. How he doth patronize me. Thine eyes bespeak curiosity. My consort was much the same in times past, ever desiring to know more. A pity he changed so. Nevertheless, he would surely divulge much if thou wert to speak with him. Thou needst only seek the least pleasant countenance here. Okay. Yeah, the problem here, if they started working, so let's lay out some cards here. If they started working on the Warcraft mobile game now, and it was going to be mentioned or revealed like next week or whatever, okay, you know what? There's at least a chance that that will be decent. It won't be like Zed Slayer over here, but it'll be something, right? But they've been working on this game for a few years now, and we see the direction they've been taking their mobile department, and the direction Blizzard in general has been going over the last few years. So that's why the odds are so low. Not impossible, but very low. Verily, she was my beloved consort, but she is lost to me now. Thou sought her progeny, didst thou not? Then now knowest as well as I. That dragonling was stripped of all she was by the machines. I recall the battle, the burst of heat and light, her smoldering form. I know not what occurred then, but when I returned to myself she was there, neither dead nor alive, as if imprisoned in her final moments by some cruel deity. And so she hath remained ever since. When she found us, my consort broke somewhere deep within. She seeth not beyond her child, though I do not imagine she seeth true. And now she hath gone, thou knowest whence. 'Twas inevitable. Verily, my Cromano, verily. The mother lies still, never again to wake. My dear, I shall love unto the end of time. The Dragonling speaks no more. Her consort's mother should be informed of what happened here. Maybe I should switch to the Dead playlist with the tone of how things are going here. My goodness. Let's switch down to... here. Good lord. No kidding, Rax. This has actually been some good stuff so far. The last 3 zones. Go figure. The first 3 zones, bleh. The last 3 zones, yeah. Is strange. Though no stranger than the rest, perhaps. Thou couldst not change their fates, yet in learning our tale thou hast come to share my burden, and theirs as well. I thank thee. I like my character, Lanirith. I wouldn't mind looking like that in real life, although maybe shrink the neck a little bit. You know? This one, I think. Yep. Hark! The grinding and shuddering of steel bodies. The metal cometh. Thou hearest not. Mayhaps thy species hath not the sensitivity, yet the machines come nevertheless. Seek a vantage from which thou mayest witness their dread approach, then hearken to my words and flee. Okay. Did you hear the Kingdom Hearts Nier idea yesterday, Rex? Oh, nice, Alex. I'm sorry, I gotta read that out loud. What that just said is... Oh, it didn't say it. Whatever. There's nothing to be seen here, forsooth. No one but dragons here. There we go, that's what it said, forsooth. I knew the word dragon was in there. So, one of the questions Valerian posed to me in some of the downtime was, you have to replace the Nier raids, but you can't get rid of their story presence on the Dwarven side of things. And it has to be another Square Enix property. Now, I wrestled with that one for a while. What I came up with was Mana. A whole series of quests where you have to end up fighting the 8 elemental sprites from the Mana series, and the dwarves were specifically trying to use them in order to make a weapon to fight the other dwarves, and all sorts of other stuff I'm not going to bore you with right now. I thought the whole arc was pretty cool. But then someone in chat, who shall remain nameless, said, Lord, you're dumb and stupid. You're the dumbest idiot I've ever seen. What the hell's wrong with you? They beat me up for a while. And after doing so, they went ahead and said, here's what I would do. And the idea was to replace it with Kingdom Hearts references. And the idea being that the two, the siblings, one of them was leaning towards light, one of them was leaning towards darkness. And because the world had become so fiercely leaning towards light, darkness, people who had been venerating darkness as a practice, as an elemental mastery, had been on the rise. And so there would be an Ericus who was trying to venerate this, and a Xehanort who was trying to fight against us. Thing is, they were Lalafels. Because they're dwarves. Now, do me a favor really quick, and picture a Lalafell Xehanort and a Lalafell Ericus. Thou art returned. What didst thou ken? Naught but dragons, verily. Perhaps thou speakest in sooth. The mechanical cacophony plagueth me without cease, though I swear 'tis clearer now than it hath ever been. Should this be naught but mine own fears, returned fiercer with each coming, I know not how to quit myself of them. You should fear nothing, as I do. That's not true. You must embrace fear to understand it. That's true. Thou art strong. Would that my kin had sought what thou hast found. Though there may be yet time, naught can alter history's course, but the future awaiteth still. I thank thee for thine insight, courageous one. And yeah, I think we've all said this out loud at one point or another. As much as it would be cool to have Kingdom Hearts bosses in this game, let's be honest, we need to keep Disney well away from this game. They just need to... No. No. Until I take over Disney, of course. That's a little different. I guess I'll just warp up here. I'm going to give a plus just for the Dragon Quest. Those were good. So, time for the Aya. Words cannot express my gratitude to you, traveler. As it's thanks to you I now remember the truly wonderfully pleasant pangs of hunger. 'Tis truly a blessing. And since you're here, allow me to ask you a question. Have you perhaps come across an Aya at the edge of the land, gazing vacantly into the great beyond? I would like to join me for dinner, if I may trouble you to ask. Sure. Wait, are there quests for the cafe? I don't see any right now. Unless you meant the ones I already did, in which case, never mind. Because, yeah, that was awesome. I mean, we've done all the side quests in general, Alex. The only side quests we haven't done are very specific ones, like the treasure hunt ones, which can go to hell, and the Eureka stuff, which can go to hell. I think that's it. Oh, no, we haven't done all the deliveries, because those can go to hell. Yes? What do you want of me, stranger? Food? What is food? Oh! Yes, I believe I'm remembering. Victual, sustenance. That said, your unusual appearance suggests to me that our concept of what constitutes a meal differ greatly. Pray tell, do you enjoy the act of eating? If it tastes good, of course. Intriguing. What precisely constitutes something tasting good? I surmise this means it evokes feelings of pleasure within you. I, too, wish to experience this concept of taste for myself. Sadly, in my current state, such things are not possible. Ah, perhaps you might briefly lend me your corporeal form for the experience? I promise I'll give it back once my curiosity is sated. No. Well, you cannot blame me for asking, but as no matter, I shall take it by force! You can friggity try! Thank you, Zed. And yeah, I'm actually with Rax on that. I've seen the latest PvP armor, and I think it's more Tolkien-esque than it is Lich King-esque. I mean, even the Lich King's armor is kind of Tolkien-esque, you know? You've returned, yet you wear a troubled expression. Did something amiss happen while you were out on your travels? Oh dear. To think their mind had already deteriorated to such an extent. I knew their mental decline had progressed, but I'd been worried they would eventually go mad and drift away. I'd hoped the memories of a good meal would bring them back to us, but to attempt to rob someone of their physical form like that, it would seem they're already well beyond my reach. I'm quite sorry for having forced you into such an uncomfortable position, as well as the unceremonious way in which you were treated by one of our own. Here, pray take this token as my most sincere apologies. Kinda creepy. Not as creepy as this, though. What is that? Oh, right, that's the one-way book. So I have talked about that extensively, Alex. So I refuse to talk about it ever again. By which I mean, What are my thoughts on the Omicron post-Meteon? I suppose you mean, what are my thoughts on everyone post-Meteon? So after what Emmett Selk mentioned, it would be within the realm of feasibility to say that these... let's put this into simplistic terms. These are holograms on a holographic reproduction that got codified into something that is no longer dependent on the holodeck. Now, if that ever goes anywhere, who knows? But has the possibility been opened that these are now entities of their own source and volition, which can go somewhere? Yes. That's my take on it. Fleshy one, come hither. I have a task of some import I would entrust to you. Worry not. It's well within your capabilities. I wish to summon back one of my fellow Ea who lingers at the gate to the beyond. To what end they wait there, I do not know. What I do know is that they do not return to us, the spirit will eventually unravel, leaving them nothing but a wandering entity like those on the outside. And so I would ask you to summon them back to our abode before they are consigned to such a fate. Can you do this for me? Of course. Yeah, exactly, Zetslayer. I am much obliged. Simply make for the gate and call out to my friend. Might I suggest a variation of the traditional Ea beckoning? Ahem. Woo, woo. And yes, Moriarty and TNG ended up going in that direction, and it was actually even horrific for them, because nobody knew that. So what they did was they shut down Moriarty's program, right? But unfortunately, the program was still running. Now, I'm going to try to explain this. Imagine for a moment that you're still, your brain, your mind is still focused and capable and sentient and sapient, but all sensation has been cut off. There is no hearing, taste, touch, smell, nothing. And so all you are is thought, and you're stuck in that state, waiting for someone to get back to you. And you have no real ability to understand the passage of time, because you have no tools with which to do so. Yeah, no, they did some good stuff with it. It's such a damn shame, because the only reason that Moriarty went through such a horrific thing is because of real-life lawyer wrangling. I'm not actually joking. Real-life lawyers caused fictional Moriarty horrific, nightmarish existence. Can't make that up. But anyways, what ended up happening is, for anybody curious, I'm going to spoil something here. He does get something of a good ending. What they do is they plant his brain, his program, that is to say, in a portable simulator. So he's no longer a hologram, but the program is still running in the simulator with a very large database going. And that database will essentially continue to simulate his life until the day he dies. That's kind of horrible in its own right, but it's literally the best they could do for him, because they didn't have the technology to give him a life in the real world, so they gave him a life in a simulated world. Make of that what you will. The irony is if you, if he'd waited another, probably about, that would have been about 9 years, give or take, they would have been able to figure out something called a mobile emitter, which allows a hologram to move around and interact with the world around them. Now, in fairness, the mobile emitter was not something that was invented in 9 years. It literally came from the future, but whatever. Is that a beckoning I hear? The timbre of your cooing sounded rather dull. If it is I you seek, you'll find me to the north of where you stand. Okay. And yes, this is Metroid Prime. I'm not sure of the exact number, Ross, because it would have to wait until Voyager came back with the mobile emitter tech. Are you the one who summoned me? No wonder your voice sounded so strange with that fleshy body of yours. I've not seen your kind before. Might you have come here from afar? Ah, I see. You must feel very privileged to have stumbled upon us. This gate serves as an ingress to our bastion of enlightenment. All who come from afar, seek knowledge, must pass through. Who seek knowledge must pass through. I've stood here for so long expecting a visitor. Perhaps it's you. Perhaps it is you for whom I have waited. I could see myself ready to greet someone from another world. But why do you come to us now, in this moment? And why from the village, not toward? Oh, did they now? Well, that is an unexpected development. In any event, I was waiting for someone. That someone has come. There's no need to wait. Let Zhejiang be assured. I shall return anon. All of a sudden, the music gets loud. Damn it. Damn it, Metroid music. There we go. Listen, the Borg don't travel to the future because... Actually, there was an implication in several episodes that the Borg deliberately avoid time travel. And you're probably thinking, why? The implication is that the Borg are smart enough to not use time travel. That's the kind of thing they just leave alone. They're like, oh yeah, we could time travel. Nope. Now, I know what you're thinking. First Contact. I know. Star Trek. I am pleased to inform you our friend has returned, and our debates are more amusing for it. It seems I was wise to enlist the help of an outsider. As you may be aware, this settlement was originally conceived as a place where we might explore, and one day solve the mysteries of our universe. Many Aya made the pilgrimage here. This song is marked for this. And oh, how little we knew. As such, it's not uncommon for someone to wait at the gates for a guest. Tradition, really. However, my friend, for whatever reasons, they waited overly long. So long as their spirit remembers the act itself, they have no memory of who they wished to meet there. So now that you have come for them, they feel they have fulfilled what they set out to do. They have been set free from lingering thoughts that bound them. At any rate, I'm grateful to you for returning our friend to the ranks. I would give you this token as thanks. Furthermore, I am relieved you were able to make the beckoning call in the right tone. If you had cued instead of cooed, it would have been equivalent to telling them their mind was as empty as a hollow crater. I doubt they would have been amused. No, Alex. Although maybe they should, but let's be clear: if they're going to use the computer to remake a strategic genius, then what they're doing is asking the computer, "Please give me military advice on this," because that data is just in the computer, which you can access just as easily as if it did from a recreation. There's no difference, in other words. Now, whether they do that or not is debatable, but they never do it on camera. Yeah, just Contact taught them not to time travel. Maybe. There we go. Greetings, unfamiliar life form. Being that you bear a corporeal life form, as surely as I, as you can see, do not, perhaps you might offer me a way out of my predicament. You see, I've been attempting to fashion a vessel that may house our weary souls. Sadly, with no model to work from, I am ashamed to admit my experiments have failed, and rather spectacularly at that. You may have noticed the byproducts of my failed labors, as they now wander aimlessly and pathetically about these environs. I had intended to clean up this mess myself, but the task might prove difficult for a formless being such as myself. Might you put a pitiful creatures out of their misery in my stead? Yeah, sure. I thank you, curious one. If you might also retrieve me their internal cores in the process, I dare say it'll be great benefit in the future. In any event, I eagerly await word of your inevitable success. So, sorry, I chuckled in the middle of there because I found myself thinking that, because my mind's still kind of on Star Trek, I found myself randomly thinking, I'm not going to find quotes at that. I wonder, this is going to sound very strange, but I wonder why there's a stigma in universe, because then there is, of holosex. Like, it's actually seen as a lesser and derogatory thing. Like, oh god, you have to sink yourself to having sex with something on the holodeck, right? Now, I could actually talk about that topic. Don't worry, I won't. But the thing that made me laugh as I was thinking about that and thinking about its construction is there's a quest in STO. Now, during this quest, we end up stumbling upon a holodeck program, and it's by Barclay. And we have to... There's a crashed shuttle, and there's a bunch of Borg attacking, and we've got to defeat the Borg. Okay, we defeated the Borg. And the moment we defeat the Borg, the holodeck pilot, you know, the fictional holodeck pilot, she says, "Oh, thank you so much for saving us from the Borg. I do. anything to thank you for this. Anything. And at that point, Jordy, who's doing the quest with us, is like, all right, yep. Computer, pause program. Let's go ahead and get out of here. And just, that whole quest is actually pretty amusing. It's a ridiculous quest, but it's an amusing quest. Well, do the unwitting products of my labor suffer no more? Have you brought back their cores to me? If so, do return them to me. Star Trek Online has many, many problems, but its storytelling is not one of them. I love the stories in STO. I'm looking forward to reviewing that game. In fact, one of the reasons, other than just renewed interest, that me and Pax have been building up our Doom ships, is I look forward to absolutely smashing through the story with a ridiculously min-maxed death ship when we finally get to reviewing STO. And I know that sounds pathetic, but trust me when I say that I have earned this. It has taken time and effort and work in order to build this ship of death that I am currently building. No, I will not start a brand new character. I mean, I will start a brand new character, just like I did for the lore run, to show off the tutorial experiences, because there's one per starting thing. There's like there's a TOS starting area, there's a Discovery starting area, there's a Klingon, there's a Romulan, there's a Jem'Hadar, and then there's a standard Fed. So I'll have to do I'll have to make and delete 6 characters in order to show off all the starting areas. But once that's done, I'm just going to switch to my main, because STO, and I've said this before, it's one of the most brilliant things that Star Trek Online did. It was built from the beginning, from word go, to be replayable. So I could just go and replay any quest, in any order. It's something that I have so desperately wanted in so many other MMOs. Imagine just being able to walk up to a quest and say, I want to do that quest again. Hey, it gets even better. You get the rewards again. So you can level by redoing quests. If there's a specific quest you really like, you can just redo that one. Or redo a whole chain if you want to, and you can level that way. By the way, a lot of the gear you can get from those is unique. And some of those gears are still relevant to this very day. So the reason I was doing that one quest with Geordi and the holograms was because it gave a set piece. In fact, it gave all 3 pieces of a set, and I wanted that set for my new min-maxed build I'm doing. So we just did the mission twice to get one piece of the set, and then the next piece of the set. And yeah, this applies across the board. It's wonderful the way they do it. It's actually... It's weird to me, because STO, again, was built this way from the ground up. And I'm weirded out that so few other MMOs have even started doing that. Yeah, exactly, Rax. Like, this game right here has New Game Plus, which is a band-aid. It's not quite there, and it's got many problems with it, but it's getting there. WoW has the, I forget what it's called, but it's like the quest sync feature. But that requires someone else to be on the quest for you to redo it. But STO just says, yeah, no, just go redo it. Did I mention you could also scale the quests up if you want to, so that you can do them at your level. So I could do the equivalent of Sastasha at 85, and it'll be a level 85 Sastasha. I could also do hard 85, level 85 Sastasha, or elite level 85 Sastasha if I want to. And they are substantially harder, and they will give substantially better rewards. But you can solo 100% of STO. No, let me walk that back. You could solo 95% of STO. It's almost identical to FF14 in that there are instances. They call them TFOs, Tactical Fleet Operations, I think. But they call them TFOs. They're dungeons, right? You can't solo those. You do need to pug for those. But that's it. STO is also extraordinarily co-op friendly, except when it isn't. Explaining why would take some time, so let me read this quest here. These are without a doubt the cores that form the doleful hearts of my kind. While I am enheartened to see my efforts end in this way, I can only learn what I can from my failures that my future experimentations might give rise to a satisfactory vessel. In any event, it has been quite some time since we have encountered any entities with even a modicum of intelligence, as you seem to possess. I dare say our conversation has provided us with a slimmer of stimulation that has eluded us for ages. I am grateful for your assistance in more ways than one. I do hope the day will come when we will meet each other, how might you say, in the flesh. There's eyebrow. I could talk about plenty of MMOs that aren't WoW. I have, too. It's just I've been talking about WoW more. So, I'm going to share one last thing about STO. It's actually, the best way to compare this is Tor. So for those of you who've played Tor, Tor's a BioWare game. Even though it's an MMO, it's a BioWare game. So if I go talk to this person, and there's a dialogue option, there's dialogue options that pop up. Those dialogue options, there's the evil option, there's the good option, and sometimes there's like a neutral option, right? In some cases, most cases, those are flavor. In some cases, they actually will change how the quests or how the dungeons will go, right? You can actually branch a little bit. Only a little bit, but it is a branch, right? Here's the thing. The way Tor does it is, let's say me and Zedslayer are grouped up. So we sit there, and I go ahead and I pick X, and she picks Y. And that means that we actually roll dice. And I'll just simulate this right now. So this one's Zedslayer's, and this one's mine. And as a result, I win. So my dialogue option is the one that's picked. Now, this is cool and amazing and awesome, right? Just thinking about that, Rags. Here's the thing. STO has something similar, except it doesn't have the dice roll, and there's a weird desync problem. We actually ran into this during the lore run. It was something that was a problem, and we had to establish a new method, because a lot of people wanted to group with me during the lore run, which is helpful and awesome. But the problem was, if they click through the dialogue, it also clicks through for me. Whoever clicks through the dialogue first skips it for everyone, exactly. That is immensely frustrating. So, now Pax and I, when we play, we're in voice chat. So we actually have gotten to the habit of just doing a little quick, I'm at the green. Because there's always a green dialogue option, which is the end of dialogue. So one of us says first, I'm at the green, and then we just wait for a minute until the other person gets there, and then we progress forward. But it's very irritating and very frustrating, and I'm not sure it's a solvable problem. That is the asterisk. That's the downside of co-oping in Star Trek Online. It is a huge flaw, and it will absolutely be negative worthy. In fact, that's probably multiple negative worthy for Star Trek Online, if we're being honest with ourselves. Whoop, that's another one. Or is that the same one? Are there just 2 regional quests over here? Yeah, the upside of STO is everything to do with the ship system. I mean that. Like, if you really want to min-max, that actually sucks. I would not recommend trying to actually min-max, because you're going to have to get low-buy ships, and low-buy traits, and you're going to have to get the 47-pack of Borg drones to get your DOF set up properly, and blah, 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 blah. But, if you just want to make a build, which is worthwhile, you can totally do that. I have a question, one that can only be answered by being of flesh and bone. Will you hear it? Thank you. Before I ask, however, I require that you learn more of my kind, lest your answer be senseless and vapid. Right! Okay. It's okay, I've talked to Star Wars fans before. You can come to know us through our final words, though alas you cannot comprehend them in your corporeal form. Thus I will temporarily free you from your body, allowing you to perceive as we Aya do. Please indicate you're ready to shuffle off this mortal coil. That's a really appropriate song to start playing. I am not ready to shuffle off this mortal coil. Please brace yourself, as there is recorded evidence this may feel weird. In order to progress, you must complete the objectives while transfigured. Yep. Ha! Yep, well, okay. This is a thing that's just my life now. Zed Slayer. Ooh. 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 I'm actually really cute. What was those aliens in, oh god, what was that game? Top-down, quirky. Played it a long time ago, reviewed it, actually. I don't think I could fight in this form because all my buttons are grayed out. I can't do anything. Hang on. Archives. My reviews. Space something. Oh my god, what was the name? That's gonna bother me. Star Control Origins. You remember those fish, like the underwater aliens that were really cute in Star Control Origins? Because that's what I remind myself of here. Bloop. Bloop. Like the jellyfish people. Anyways, enough adorableness. Ahem. I grasp eternity, yet I hold only loss. If forever has an end, why has it not come? Well, that's not depressing. With no future, we turn to the past. Knowing none have turned to our present. We are the dead end. What are you doing? I've hit upon a fine verse, haven't I? Where's the last one? We fought to go beyond our star. We fought to go beyond our dimension. We fought for nothing. Except adorableness. Whee! Bunkoch. Have you read them? This as well. However, you have yet to look on our most important text. Please seek it in the charmed wooded area outside our home. It's like, why are you haunting me? Shouldn't I be haunting you? Oh, whatever. This is a bit of a trip. Bloop. Bloop. Just gonna ignore those. Oh, I know, right? So it's there. Who's an adorable eldritch abomination? The price of eternity is joy. Its gift, unending sorrow. Can I just... I can... How do I... There we go. Very creepy. Very spooky. Much scares. Very well. So you have read all that was left behind. Yep. Yep, this is all fascinating, but I'm the wrong class. We're gonna have to do this all again. So come on. Stop detaching your head and talk to me. Decline. Okay. Switch classes. Ham! The inscriptions were written by the first of our kind. The first to know the pinnacle of enlightenment, and the first to know the depths of despair. They have prepared to answer my question. As someone bound to corporeal form, do you think there's hope to be found in life? Duh. I think it's their animation. Everyone has an animation, and they have to play before they do their dialogue, and that's just their animation. Fascinating, though your flesh is spongy and weak. Hey! It gives you strength to live in pursuit of hope. That was most edifying. Creatures of flesh enjoy shiny tokens, do you not? Have some. 975 gil. Wow, that doesn't even pay for the trip here. Yeah, I'm so thin! And that's 3 regional quests. Wow! Okay. We'll leave all those. So we're actually done here. So we gotta change playlists because we're going to the Omicrons next. I actually got a playlist already centered up for this one. Here we go. Put it on random for this one. It's all Chrono Trigger all the time. Although, I only see one side quest down there. Literally one. That would be funny, Rax. Because that's on this playlist. Although I'm not sure the remastered version is. Nope, it's not. I need to fix that. Whoop, whoop, up, 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 up. Oh my god, you can see telegraphs underground. Did you see that? I didn't know those rendered below the, below the texture. Not that it would, normally be relevant. And that's a regional. We're done. We did it. We did everything. Everything's done. Except for Garlemald. Ugh. Okay. What? I will kill you. Or, I missed. Okay, maybe I won't kill you, because I'm terrible at aim. Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Ah! Ah! My shins. My poor shins. I know it's a regional, because it's got a picture right there. I actually don't know for total certainty that's a regional, to be honest. As I've pointed out earlier, not every regional has a picture. And not every picture is a regional. But I'm operating under the presumption that that's a regional because it has a picture. Inconsistent quest markers. That's been a thing. Especially this expansion. Like, I love this game to death, but Jesus Christ. Standardize! Alright, Hey Ross, have I sold you on STO yet? Did I mention Star Trek Online is free? It's okay, I have a cold playlist too. It actually totally would be awesome. Star Trek Online is a game with problems. Every MMO has issues. All of them. All of them. So don't try to take this as me trying to talk it up too much or trying to diminish the issues Star Trek Online has. But it's a free game that gets semi-regular content updates, is awesome on its story axis, and has wonderful stuff on the ship axis. And I say ship axis because there's two completely different gameplay modes in Star Trek Online. There's ground combat, and there's space combat. It is not on the schedule yet, but it is in the list for funding, and I've been quietly diverting some of my own dealer's choice towards Star Trek Online, because I really want to review it. It's not as big of an MMO as any of the other ones I've mentioned as well. But it's awesome. It's got some really cool stuff, and some really cool concepts, and if you like Star Trek and you like continuity, you're probably going to like STO. And yeah, I agree with that, Mike Romano as well. And yeah, the ground combat... Oh my god, the ground combat. So, the ground combat... how do I explain this? The ground combat is... amateur. No, saying it sucks doesn't explain anything. It is amateur. It looks like it was made by no, not even an indie company. It looks like it was made by a team of 5 people in their spare time. Oh, yes, Commandant. I'm here, yes. There we go. And they've never... To say they've never gone back and redone it is not quite accurate. Here's the issue. For those of you who've never heard... So hang on. Let me pick up a bunch of quests, and I'll talk about this. Give me a second. Let me read at my pace. Because I can read. Okay, I'll just pick up 5, because there's no point in picking up more than 5 anyways. The name of this quest is Your Inventory is Not Full. It's a Quartermaster quest. Oh, the Sun Gate is such an awesome item. Would you believe that I looked it up, and even nowadays the Sun Gate is part of the endgame meta? So is the weapon I'm using, too, which is the Iconian Beam. The Staff of Death. I love that thing. We need to hunt for some food. I was just thinking to myself, if only Lore were here. What do you want? Yeah, sure. Repurposing, no, I actually changed off the Voth cannon a while ago. Repurposing Magitech in order to use it for hauling goods and services, that actually makes a lot of sense, given these people's circumstance. Thompson. I mean, one of my boffs is wielding Lincoln's axe, Flygand. To great effect, I feel like adding. Yes, Abraham Lincoln, if you missed that. It's funny, because melee is actually overpowered in STO. Because melee... So for those of you who know where melee... Oh, God, okay, so... Ground combat. Let me explain what's up with ground combat. I say it's amateur. Hey, perfect, Zetzler. Although I hate that you have that mount. Just want you to know that. Well, actually, hang on. Let me go ahead and eat this. There we go. Ugh, get some pizza. All right. That is my favorite mount, yes. It's the one I use. The only one I use. So, a company started making Star Trek Online. They failed because of licensing issues and because of problems. And then they kind of lost the rights to keep working on the game. Then this other company came by and said, we might be able to make that. And then they failed. And then a third company came by and said, we'll totally make it. And the problem here is, in order to make it feasible, in order to make it practical, you know, to not cost $1 million, the latest company, which is still the company, Cryptic, which is still doing it, they were saddled with effectively 1.0. Not literally, not that bad, but because they didn't have a chance to make their own game, they've been building off the game they were handed. So when I say they haven't updated ground combat, it's not quite accurate. What they've done is two big things. The first thing they've done with ground combat is they've tried to give players lots of tools that look cool. That's it. They haven't really gotten much better. It's actually extraordinarily easy to min-max ground combat because it is so simplistic. It is so bare bones. There's so little in the way of tactics or strategy or ability use or anything. There's just use your abilities and beat the snot out of the other team. It's one of the reasons why almost every ground mission involves you fighting literally hundreds of enemies at once, because it's the only way to make ground combat interesting and to give you a chance to show off. When I say one of my abilities is to open a portal to the sun, I'm not joking. It looks very cool. I used it during the lore run, if you were paying attention. But that's the point. That's one of the updates they did. They give players things that are cool. So I mentioned I use an Iconian staff. What it does is it shoots a beam of dark matter chain lightning at the enemy. And just bounces. And shreds them. Because it's a beam of dark matter chain lightning. You know? Because, of course, the Iconians would use that as a weapon. Frickin' Iconians, I tell you. You know, I actually don't remember where I got that, to be completely honest, Mike Romano. You know what? I could look it up. I can look it up relatively quickly. I think it was a low-buy weapon. And I sprang for it because it was so cool. Unfortunately, low-buy is one of the hardest things to get. Here we go. Ground combat. Blah. Where's the weapon? Here we go. Herald anti-proton. Excuse me, it's anti-proton, not dark matter. My bad. Beam projector, and yeah, it's low buy. It is low buy. Damn. That's a shame, because that weapon is awesome. Now, they have attempted to do what I can only refer to as bare bones boss mechanics with ground combat. And they've had Mega Man music playing instead. So I'm going to explain something, because we actually got this on a random recently, okay? So there's this one fight in one of the Mirror Universe episodes. And yes, the Undine are in it, and yes, the Iconians are in it. If you can think of a Star Trek thing, there's a decent chance it's in Star Trek Online somewhere. Well, if you've got the Lobi, then yeah. Like I said, it's the Herald Anti-Proton Staff or something like that. Anyways, so there's a boss. Hang on, let me show this. Let me show this. Give me a second. Give me a second. Yeah, I've started ignoring the exchange because most worthwhile stuff in the exchange is currently selling for the billions range. I have like 60 million credits. I don't have a billion credits. They gave them the name in STO, the narrative. The Undine. Undine. It depends on who's saying it. Alright, so imagine for a moment that you're fighting a boss. Okay, this is terrible, but just bear with me, okay? So you see these 3 trees here? Imagine each one of these trees is like a platform, okay? So, and yes, it actually, I have done that quest, that's there. There's a little console over here, and like over there and over there, at the 3 corners, right? Now there's a boss you're fighting. Now she is powered up by some technobabble. I'm not going to bore you with it. Yes, the Kobali are definitely an STO. They have their whole arc and everything. It has to do with Harry Kim. That's all I'm going to say about that. I'm not going to spoil. So what you have to do is you have to drag her into this spot, hit that console, which removes her invuln, and then you DPS her. Now this fight absolutely freaking sucks. But this is the idea, this is what I mean when they're starting to get close to ground combat boss design. Because this is a relatively recent boss, the one I'm referencing here. The reason this sucks is A, she is completely invincible until you do that. B, there's no tanking in STO. So, what I mean by no tanking is she just runs around and fights whoever with a ranged weapon. So you have approximately 0 capacity to actually direct her into one of these spots where she has to stand. And hang on, it's actually worse than that. Because using this console takes time. And then after you use the console, the thing lowers, and then it hits her. So she has to be standing there for quite a period of time, or you have to get really lucky with the timing on it. By the way, if anything hits you while you're using this console, you are interrupted in using this console. Did I mention she leaves behind flame patches randomly around the room, including on the consoles? That fight sucks. Or I should say sucked. I think that is one of these specific fights they're redoing. So, don't mistake me. It's a TFO. Don't mistake me for overselling ESTO. It has its problems. But I do think it's a big net positive, and I will still recommend it to people. 10 times out of 10. A TFO means dungeon, raid. It's their term for an instance. I actually don't remember what it stands for here. I'll look it up. STO. Oh, there you go. Task Force Operations. That's what it stands for. It's the group content. It's mostly optional. There is story in all of them. The Borg story arc is actually concluded in a TFO, of all things. So, you know, that's cool. Whoops, I still got some quests. Do I like the Living Dead rework? Yes? Question mark? I haven't actually interacted with it yet. Like, I haven't seen it in action yet. But I probably will like it. How many of them will I be doing? All of them. It's a review. Now, the good news is, most of them are fine. There are a couple that will be a little bit... like, some of the ground Borg missions are very mean. So... the Borg on the ground have an innate ability. Every X number of hits they take, they become immune to all damage. Now, you can then... so the way this works in code terms is they're immune unless you have a specific buff. If you have that buff, you can hit them. Now, that's not how it's portrayed, but you have to have a specific item which is designed for fighting Borg, which takes up an equipment slot. It has no stats and no benefits other than... Where is it? Oh, there it is. Other than the fact that it allows you to attack the Borg. It is a frequency remodulator. So if anybody who knows anything about Borg, you know why that's the thing that allows you to fight the frickin' Borg. Nevertheless, there's some cool stuff there. You fight the Borg Queen at one point. She is extraordinarily mean. She hits like a truck. I actually play a science character, so my kit is predominantly heals. The meta is always to play security, which is all DPS stuff. But I actually have never regretted playing a healer, because heals are actually really awesome in that game. But anyways, I mean, kind of, yeah, I actually have Janeway on my crew, or rather, I have Mirror Janeway on my crew. Anyways, so, is it possible to play STO solo? Again, the overwhelming majority of the content you will be able to play solo. The only things you cannot do solo are the TFOs, the instances, the dungeons. You can queue for them, and it's relatively easy and quick to do so. And frankly, most people have done them to death, so you're probably going to get a quick and easy queue for most of them. I'm not even sure if people do the crystalline entity anymore. I have a bloody chunk of Almasty. Yeah, you do not have to do the TFOs. Now, let's be clear. The TFOs do have story, and it is relevant story, but you do not have to do them. It's like the metas in Guild Wars 2. You don't have to do those. It's just you will be missing out on story if you don't. That's the trade-off. God, I haven't done Crystalline Entity in so long. Not since I finished off getting my new Kara marks, I want to say. And finished off that rep. Do the STO Borg get the Idiot Ball? No? I'm gonna go with no. Now, there's one asterisk to that. And I'm not even going to spoil it for it, because it is actually a spoiler. But there is one dumb Borg story. It's actually pretty early on. Nevertheless, when the Borg story starts up, I think it's pretty awesome and appropriately terrifying. It's also probably worth noting that the Borg will absolutely kick your ass if you don't know what you're doing. So, one other thing I really like about STO, let me just keep talking about STO while we're here, is, you know how I've kind of complained how this very game we're playing doesn't have a lot of enemy variety to it, and I have yet to give a gameplay positive to it, and I don't plan to. STO has a lot of enemy variety. So the way it works is each species, effectively, has its own strategies and its own approaches, the different ways in which it fights you, right? To give you a random example, Romulans will regularly use the trick of grabbing you with a tractor beam and then hitting you to try and lower your shields and then throwing a high-powered plasma torpedo right in your face where your shields are lower, right? That's a typical Romulan strategy. What I mean by that is even though the ships look different and are cosmetically different, the actual ways in which they fight you are different. And every group of ships, you know, the Undine fight you differently than the Voth, fight you differently than the Nakul, fight you differently than the Herc. All of them fight you differently. Now the reason that's relevant is the Borg destroy you. So the Borg actually have several gimmicks. The Borg will remove your shields, just get rid of your shields. They can just turn them off. There's actually two separate ways they can do that, which I'm not going to bore you with right now. But yeah, they can just get rid of your shields because screw you. They will shoot a gigantic plasma torpedo, which doesn't do damage, it kills you. They also have the ability to tractor beam you. They have a cutting beam, which bypasses shields and does hull damage. Kinetic damage is what they call that in that game. Let's see, what else? They tend to have lots of health regen, and lots of shield regen. And they also tend to hit like a truck, despite everything I just mentioned. Even nowadays, with my very strong ships, which are I'm slowly building into being even better. Some of the Borg TFOs, like when you fight a Borg gateway, they will kill me if I'm not ready for them. They will just destroy me with raw damage. They should. They're the Borg. Like, forgive me for saying that. I've never been bothered by that in that game. You get to pick, kind of, Ross, but you'll always end up in the same era. So, let me try to explain what I mean by that. So when you start the game, I mentioned there were several different starts. One of them is the TOS start. One of them is the Discovery starter. One of them is Romulus. And so those are both in the past. And then some temporal stuff happens and you're dragged to the present. The Klingon and the Federation starter happen at start time, the present start. Consensus, Alex. Then you can also start as the Romulans, who technically start, in timeline-wise, a little bit after the Klingons and the Federation. And those are all the starters. Everyone links up, though, at a certain point. And the story occurs, I think it's before Picard. No, it's after Picard, before Discovery Season 3. Not that those are canon, which brings me to another question. Someone earlier asked if, what the canonicity is of STO. So, hang on, let me read those. I don't like that question. That person just asked, do I find the Empire barbarous and inhuman? And the answers are, those you have invaded think you are that bad, or the only thing that separates our sides is creed. And I'm not sure I like either of those answers. I'll be nice. We're trying to reach out to these people. You're kind to say so, is what he just said. Actually, I think it's a she. Nope, that's a he. So, okay, here's the catch. Star Trek Online got started and got going before Star Trek had its resurgence, okay? Now, the Kelvin universe already existed, and is relevant, and is canon within STO. But that's it. Like, everything else was just, the old stuff, like, ending with Voyager, which was the furthest along, ending with Nemesis, which was the furthest along in the timeline. Now, STO, I'm going to say this as bluntly as I can, is the best Star Trek timeline. They follow through on a lot of Star Trek concepts. There's a lot of continuity. There's a ton of continuity in STO. There's a pretty good chance that if you are a Star Trek geek, you will notice at least one thing per episode, which is what they call quests, as you're going through it. And some of those references are really esoteric, but I'm getting off topic. So Star Trek Online continued the Star Trek timeline, and developed it, as I've already referenced, because I've already brought up things like the Iconians, and the Cabali, and the Undine, and the Voth. They actually developed and fleshed out the storyline, right? And they kept going with it several years past, a certain point. You can go talk to Morn, yes. You can't be friends with him, though. He does talk a little bit too much, I'm afraid. Anyways, here's the catch. Then Star Trek started getting going again. The shows started coming out. And this left the creators in a really weird place. Because the timelines of the shows are not congruent, cannot be congruent with the timeline of the game. So there's sort of in this limbo state right now, because STO has started adding Discovery elements, very crudely. Frankly, the Discovery episodes are the worst episodes in the game. I'm not saying that to be an anti-New Trek, I'm just saying, in STO, the Discovery episodes are the worst quests in the game. But also, they're trying to make it tie into Picard? And yeah, some STO ships have actually come out in Picard. So there's, like I said, there's kind of in this limbo land. let me go ahead and admit my great regret, and one of the biggest reasons why I'm going, and this is something I'm committed to internally. I am going to shove STO higher on the priority list. Because the thing is, STO has, many times before, deleted previous story. There are quests in the game that are gone, and are not coming back. You know, the wormhole mission is one of the ones I like to point out, too. They keep doing this. This is something they've done as recently as, I believe, either this month or next month, one of the two. They're doing it as a current process. And that's not only problematic for review purposes, but it's also problematic because it is my opinion, this is speculation, that the reason they're doing it is they're trying to get it to line up more with canon track. And that means severely changing the timeline and story of STO, which is something I am very against, because the timeline and story of STO is fantastic. I love what they did with the Dominion. I love what they did with the Iconians. I love what they did with the Romulans. I love what they did with the Undine. I love what they did with the Borg. I don't want all that to go away so that it can make room for Picard and Discovery. No offense to Picard and Discovery, but we have our own stuff going on, you know? Now, Lunaruth brings up the obvious answer, just make it a separate timeline. The problem is, it isn't a separate timeline. They've already, as of now, they've already made it clear that it's supposed to be part of the same timeline, and they're just kind of merging elements in as they go. Which, again, is why I'm probably going to push that up the priority list. There's actually another reason. So, not to make people not want to play Star Trek Online, but Star Trek Online is under, what's their name? Cryptic Studios, which is published by Perfect World Entertainment. Now you're probably thinking, who the hell's Perfect World Entertainment and why do I care? Well, they're not great. They've put out a couple of things, which have been problematic. City of Heroes, which was a good game, which they pulled the plug on for no good reason. Champions Online, which I'm not going to speak of. And Neverwinter, which is one of the most predatory, just mobage games I've ever seen, except it's on a PC instead of the phone. STO is quite literally the only game they currently have, I stress that word, that is not mobage. And you see why I want to push STO up the priority list. And yes, it's not that I'm concerned STO is getting shut down. I'm more worried about Tor on that front. I'm concerned STO is going to go the Lotro route. A great game will be made terrible for the sake of idiots in suits. Because Neverwinter was a decent game that became a good game, that became a bad game, that became garbage. And I don't want to see... I want to review STO before it goes through that arc. Yeah, quite literally, I would rather that they pulled the plug on STO than they do what they did to Neverwinter to it. So anyways, if you want to play STO, now's probably a good time. Before that happens. Well, you see, Lunaruth, it's because doing that would require this rare esoteric concept that you've probably never heard of called caring. I don't know. I don't actually know. I have no idea. Nazgul Syndrome. I mean... Was I supposed to use a formula on that thing to nerf that fight that Zedslayer helped me out with? Here, walk around for a bit. I want to see your tiny, tiny footsteps. Oh my god, look at that. Look at that. Look at that comparison right there. That is adorable. But yes, Riker isn't in the game. Do I think it'll be this year? No. It takes too long to do something like that. But they're probably going to be transitioning, and the sooner I get in, the better. It's also possible I'm wrong. Maybe STO will just keep doing well, and it won't need the horrible stuff happening to it. Ro is absolutely not in, but not because of STO. And I stress the way I say that. That's actually her fault. Michelle Forbes has been really, I'm not doing any of that crap for years. I don't necessarily blame her for that. But they have reached out to her and she has been like, nope. You can always tell the people who are more cool to work with because those people have sort of jumped on STO and have done so for years. In fact, there's a reason Lita is a main character in STO. Yes, Lita. She's still a main character. She's part of the current story arc that's currently ongoing and hasn't finished yet. And yeah, sorry, this is Mega Man music. Sorry. And I all hate music, Mega Man music. But yes, Lita and Sela are two main characters. Both because of their actresses being like, hey, let's do stuff. I'm sorry, why what, Lunarith? Babylon 5 MMO. That'd be interesting. Yeah, Chase Masterson's apparently pretty legit. They also got most of the Voyager crew in. Not that I'm trying to sell you on it, Ross, but, you know, every Voyager crew member except for Janeway was in for the Delta Quadrant arc. The main character there was Tuvok. Most of the DS9 crew came in, and this actually hurts a little bit to say this, but they managed to get René Aubergenois before he died. That's good, because René Aubergenois is actually critical to the Gamma Quadrant arc. So, it's one of the last things he did, actually, professionally. But yes, they did actually retroactively add Janeway to the Delta Quadrant arc, because, to put this as nicely as I can, because she, what's her name? Oh my god, I think of her name. Janeway actress, needed... Kate Mulgrew. Kate Mulgrew had bills to pay and needed a gig and wasn't getting gigs. So she finally... She'd been saying no for a long time. They actually reached out to her several times, and she was just... The price that she was quoting them was way too high, so they were like, we can't afford that. We're a dinky little free-to-play MMO. But she's finally turned her mind around on that. Because, yeah, now she has Prodigy, and so she's like, oh, sure, I'll do some Star Trek stuff. I'm pretty sure there's actually a deal that went as a part of that, but I haven't done my due diligence on that yet, so take that with a grain of salt. But the point here is that they brought her in for the recent story arc, the one that's going through right now. And as a consequence, they also brought her in to replace characters back in the Delta arc. Character, singular arc. Wait, there's a bunny? See no bunny? John Delancey is not in the game. That's probably a good thing. As weird as that may sound. I don't mean to sound negative. I love John Delancey probably more than most people. But Q should probably not be in STO. Other, of course, than the winter event, which shows up every year, where Q takes you to the winter event. Dorn is there. Dorn's actually been there since the beginning. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. This is actually a regional. I even recognize this one. Yeah, Picard has absolutely not been in. Patrick Stewart has been well beyond their budgetary capacity. They did get... Oh my god, I can't think of his name. They did get Aaron Eisenberg for the Gamma Quadrant event. He's a captain. Just gonna give that away. That's all I'm gonna say, because you deserve to see it yourself. It's a good quest. They do so much good stuff. Sorry, you're making me want to play STO. You're making me want to play it. But yes, they got Aaron Eisenberg before he passed away as well. For the Gamma arc. I think that's part of what's going on here, Luneru. Because... You know what? I don't actually want to talk about it, because it actually angers me. It actually pisses me off. The amount of control and power that actors' agents have over what actors do what actually frustrates and irritates me. It has led to drama, it's led to misunderstandings, it's led to moments where someone is like, oh, I'd totally do that, but because their agent said they wouldn't, and just so forth and so on. And you know me, I'm mostly concerned about the work, the creativity, the substance of the universe. Money's important, don't mistake me, but honestly, piss off. Yeah, when Leonard Nimoy died, we had a vigil on Vulcan. There's actually there's a statue there now on Vulcan of Spock. Correct, Flagant. Absolutely correct. So I'm getting all sad here because we've lost so many alumni at this point from Trek. I actually don't remember if he has a statue on New Romulus. I haven't actually been to New Romulus in a while. Is there Enterprise stuff in STO? Let's go with no. There are references to Enterprise, obviously, but it doesn't really have any substantial presence in STO. Unless you count the Temporal Cold War, which has its entire story arc. Like, there's an entire story arc dedicated to the Temporal Cold War. And I'm actually not going to explain that, because super spoilers. I wasn't even going to bring that up, Kira White Noise, because, yeah. But yeah, since Kira White Noise already said it, yes, Daniels is in the game. Is there ridiculous time travel? I don't want to spoil, but I think that Star Trek Online has done time travel better than most Trek ever has. Imagine for a moment, so part of the inspiration for the Trek rewrite was Star Trek Online. And I mean that. Because what Star Trek Online... I'm gonna speak in vague terms. I don't want to spoil, but I'm going to speak in vague terms. What Star Trek Online did was they looked at seemingly unconnected events across Star Trek's history and said, how can we tie this together in a way that makes sense? And they added continuity onto Star Trek that wasn't there. So they tie in... I'm just going to give broad examples. They tie in Enterprise, they tie in Voyager, and they tie in TOS in a way that actually makes a weirdly good amount of sense. To name one example. Yeah, exactly, Kira White knows. Alright, hang on. Let's duct tape. Let's duct tape the continuity together. Forgive me, I'd begun to panic thinking I've been trapped forever. Oh, okay, she's alive, she's alive. I was about to say, I can't take this. I can't take this. T'Pol absolutely would be alive in the TOS era. Assuming she wasn't killed. Her lifespan would be enough to do that. So please tell me you're gonna take... Okay, so she knows about the truce. I was gonna say, if I have to force you to go get help with your daughter, I'm gonna be upset. But no, it's okay. The truce has already been announced. She already knows about it. We're cool. Oh. Wait, no, it's okay. She's already gotten away, Zetzler. Damn it, Zetzler. Stop being 40k. Does STO have a level creator? No. There are... I don't... Let's just start with this. I don't know why they got rid of the Foundry. But I still think it is actually the biggest mistake that game has ever made. By the way, Neverwinter also had the Foundry. They got rid of the Foundry in both games at the same time. that's relevant because it's some of the excuses that have been given for getting rid of the Foundry don't apply to both games. So what is the Foundry? The Foundry was a full in-game mechanism to make, test, play, and experience... Yeah, exactly, Flegend. And experience custom maps, custom missions, custom story arcs. People had made multiple episode-long campaigns in the Foundry that you could go and experience. And there's other stuff, but it's all gone. It's all been nuked. It was glorious. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that. It was glorious. And it's been nuked. It's gone. I would have reviewed the Foundry as a mechanism rather than the quests that are made in the Foundry. And yeah, the official excuse that was given was that it was legacy code that they didn't know how to maintain or update. I call bull, to be as blunt as I possibly can about that. What I think is more likely is there's another reason we don't know about, that there was some pressure to nuke it or axe it. And assuming that they then used the legacy code thing as the excuse. It's like, oh, well, you know, it's old, right? Just can't keep up. So unfortunately, I do not know the real reason. And frankly, I may never know the real reason for why they nuked the Foundry. Because remember, they nuked the Foundry in both games at the same time. So, what can I say? STO is an MMO. It has goods, it has bads, and it has in-betweens. I think it's a big net positive. If you take nothing away from this, please take away that I do recommend you try STO. It is still at its heart a broken, flawed, wonderful, beautiful game that has some fantastic stories and some awesome gameplay on the spaceship side of things, and some great build construction, and wonderful quality of life features, and horribly buggy quests, and extremely amateur-looking cutscenes. Sometimes the voice acting is cringy as hell. It's actually terrible at certain points. I mean, what's the name of that Romulan asshole who's like the main villain for the Romulan characters? For the initial Romulan arc. Oh, the cutscenes have got... Yeah, Hakeev. Hakeev's voice actor is just garbage. But yeah, I do agree the cutscenes have gotten much better. But I can picture some of the older cutscenes and they're just... Yeah, Hakeev is either terrible or so bad it's good. It's going to be up to you on that one. Let's be clear, he's a bad voice actor one way or the other. I would probably decline for him for being in the theater if given a choice. You know, that's a good point, Giga Pudding. It's a very good point. There's also a bit of server delay that usually doesn't matter, and almost always crops up only in the ground missions. So that's fun. What do we get? Is that a... It's a flag. They locked away a flag. That's funny. They also have the Klingon Empire in the game. Of all the memes we took away from that lore run, that's my favorite. I've heard about that, Kira White Noise. I'm not sure if I agree, but at the same time, it's likely. This is Mega Man 8. Very good. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Mechamano. I'm going to have an Empire counter as we're going through that game. Sorry, the Klingon Empire. Oh, by the way, if you do make a character in that game, I have only one piece of advice. Don't make a Klingon. Like, that's not going to be a problem for Ross. But I mentioned that for anybody jumping into it. So, let me explain what I mean by that. I know the KDF tutorial is good, but there's... Okay, so here's the thing. The Klingons originally had nothing. They were the PvP faction. So, you played them if you wanted to PvP, and that was it. No quests, no campaign, no nothing. Now, that has since changed. There is an initial Klingon story arc, which we'll be showing off when we do the review. And they have made the Klingons a faction by essentially merging them into the Federation faction. What I mean by that is, at a certain point in the story, every character from every background is playing the same campaign. Make sense? All the campaigns merge at a certain point. But the thing is, the Klingons were never really intended to be that. And so it all just kind of sucks a little bit more for the Klingons. Usually in little ways, things that don't matter. But one of the most basic things I can point to is Kronos, the Klingon HQ area, is terribly laid out. And ESD, or Stardock, is much better laid out and has actually had an overhaul to make it even better. So... And yeah, the game is very, very, very slanted towards playing the Federation side. And the problem with that, not very actually, Ross, the problem with that is that it makes sense, because again, the Klingons were never supposed to be playable like that. And I know what you're thinking, why don't they just merge them? Why don't they just make there be one faction? They apparently can't. This is the official explanation. But apparently there is a legacy code issue that is preventing them from making it so that Klingons... So I keep saying Klingons. It's actually anyone on the Klingon side. It's like Klingons, Orions, Nausicaans, and Gorn. But anybody on the Klingon side can't actually be part of the same faction flag as the Federation side. So, shrug? Yeah, exactly. It's something in the hard code of how the factions are designed. It is, frankly, a miracle that the Klingon faction has anything that they can do. What server do I play? There's only one server. So the answer to your question is yes. The first Federation is kind of in the game. I don't think they've really done anything with it yet. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Flagant. Yeah, I didn't think so. It's there on the map. If you go near it, you'll be warned to go away from it. I would start a new character. Pretty much every starter has been overhauled since 4 years ago. And most of the new starting zone stuff is actually pretty legit. STO is a very clear example of the more recent the content is, the better it is. At least on the gameplay axis. So I highly recommend playing a new character. Yeah, Warframe is a similar game to have that same kind of concept going. Yeah, I heard about that, Flagand. I'm not sure. I guess May? I didn't hear about a timer on that. It doesn't have a Mac client. Oh, that sucks. It is substantially less graphically demanding than FF14 or WoW. It is very low demand. Like, I could fire it up right now. I'm not going to, but I could. Alright, gotta find the kid. Where you at, kiddo? Aha! Definitely the kid. Oh, gotcha. Sorry, I don't actually know Macintosh at all. The last time I did professional Macintosh work would be 2012. I can even remember the year. It's been a minute. Yeah, by the way, there's actually a new story patch coming up in May. STO does semi-infrequent patches, and then long content droughts, and then infrequent patches, and that's kind of their approach. Near as I can tell, this is speculation. It depends on when they can get access to actors, for the most part. Like, I know that they've brought back a lot of people who are going to be doing some new voices. A lot of Star Trek people, I mean, who are going to be part of the upcoming story arc. I'm actually really excited about that. Especially, I'm not going to spoil Jack, but let's just say that I'm very curious and very excited about where the current story arc is going. I'll leave it at that. Save me, Zed Slayer. They also, yeah, let's get this out here. I keep talking about quests. Let's, quests in STO are different than any other game. Ignoring the obvious fact that you can replay them and get credit for doing it over and over. Quests in STO are like quest arcs in other MMOs. A single quest in STO, they call them episodes, is usually a good 30 to 50 a minute affair. It's a nice big chunk of content. It's supposed to be an episode, that's why they call it that way. So usually they will release content one episode at a time. So, you know, in May, there's going to be a new episode that goes live, and I'm looking forward to it. I will hopefully, have my Doom machine ready to go. Still debating if I want to get the Borg Juggernaut. Really torn on that. See, the problem is, I could get the Borg Juggernaut, or I can get a bunch of low-buy and get several ships, consoles, and traits as a result, and buff up my existing ship. Honestly, I haven't thought of a name for the Juggernaut yet, assuming I get it. I'll tell you what I call my current ship, the Lexington. I call it the Dreadnought. I know. Boring name. But it so suits it. Right now I've got the Terran Dreadnought, the Lexington specifically, the one with the Agony Spinal Lance. It is a beauty in combat. I love that ship. I'm running a frontal beam boat, specifically. For those of you who know what that means. Hang on a sec. So I suppose I could explain that for people not aware of it. So you have many different weapon types in STO. So many. But they tend to fall into categories. So for example, there are energy weapons and there's kinetic weapons. But there's also... I don't even know how to describe this. There's actually so many categories of weapons, it's ridiculous. Let's try to get the basics out of the way. The most basic type of weapons you'll see are beams, cannons, and torpedoes. Now, there are other weapon types, but let's just keep this simple for now. Beams are exactly what they sound like. They tend to be a greater arc for how wide they can hit. They tend to be less damage, but they tend to have other things that they can do. Cannons tend to be substantially shorter arcs, and some ships can't equip cannons, but cannons tend to be more focused damage to a single target, right? Torpedoes are obvious. You shoot a torpedo, it hits something. Now, STO follows your typical Star Trek rules. Torpedoes do very little to shields. Beams do very little to hull. Interesting. I know, right? This is perfect music for this. It might be Lunarmith? I don't know. It wasn't labeled, but again, that wouldn't be the first time that a regional wasn't even labeled. Anyways, so those are the three general types of things. Now, a usual beam boat setup is to get full arrays. An array has a 270-degree attack arc, or 190 degree, I forget what it is, but either way, what that means is you want to be sideways. So if you have all of your front cannons are beam arrays, and all your back cannons are beam arrays, then all of them can hit both of your sides, your port and your starboard. So you broadside, and you just hit them with all 8 weapons at the same time. And yeah, there's also an ability called Fire at Will, which makes them target just random stuff nearby, but also attack substantially faster. And it's a very strong build that you can use for that. And that's not what I have running right now. I said I have a frontal beam build. I forget all of the specific weapons, but that means I have front attacking beams in the front, and omnis and cutters in the back. So I can only really pull all my firepower into whatever's in front of me. But whatever's in front of me dies. I absolutely shred whatever's in front of me. It's actually silly. Ever since I started putting this particular ship together, I have been... I can literally... Ignoring the fact that I have a DPS parser, and I can prove that I'm doing 10 times the damage I used to do, I can literally see the enemies just go... I'm not reading out loud, Luna. Oh, right. That's what you meant. Never mind. Never mind. Yeah, by the way, yeah, that's a Miracle Worker ship. So, that's another thing to talk about. So, something they added several years ago, and this is a great concept. I'm running phasers right now, Mike Tomano. A great concept that they added was the idea of having ships have innate abilities. This started with the pilot ships all the way back in the Delta expansion. But this is a great thing. So the way this works is there's pilot ships, intelligence ships, Miracle Worker ships, temporal ships, and command ships. And I think that's everything. The way this works is all of those, regardless of your equipment setup, regardless of your BOF setup, regardless of your DOF setup, regardless of anything else whatsoever, those have their own special mechanic that is unique to that type of ship. So in a Miracle Worker, I'll tell you specifically, in a Miracle Worker, I have a thing where there's a little roulette button, or a little, not a roulette, it's the wrong word, a little random button, right? And it'll pull up a random Miracle Worker ability. All of them are very useful and very powerful. And the way they work is they require me to hit 3 abilities. Now, it'll be color-coded, so I can hit any yellow, which is an engineering ability, any red, which is a security ability, and any blue, which is a science ability. So sometimes it'll be blue, blue, red, sometimes it'll be yellow, 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 sometimes it'll be red, blue, yellow. You get the idea. I hit all those abilities, I get the Miracle Worker ability. That's how Miracle Worker works. And let me tell you, so many of those Miracle Worker abilities are heal your hull to full, or give yourself temporary shields, like a bubble, in other words, or make it so that everything nearby takes plasma damage for the next 30 seconds, or whatever. It's all very useful stuff. Command is different, intelligence, all of them do their own thing. They're all different. But the reason that's relevant is because when you start getting to endgame, you probably want to think about which type of ship you want to get. And there are literally hundreds of ships, so you've got plenty of options. And remember, while there is min-maxing, you don't really need to. You can be very viable with just about any build, as long as you're doing anything in order to make it decent. Yeah, don't get the Universe ship. I will hunt you down if you get the Universe class. That's such a stupid ship. I hate that thing. The frickin' pizza cutter. God. Actually, yes, Lineruth. Usually I end up tanking the Borg stuff. Oh, I don't remember the actual name of the ship. Hang on. STO. The Universe Temporal Heavy Dreadnought Cruiser is the name of that stupid, stupid ship. Here, just look at it. I'll link it in chat. Here you go. Look at this thing. Look at this stupid thing. And you're probably thinking, that only looks extremely stupid, and you'd be right. But if you scroll down a little bit, there's some pictures at the very bottom. Look at the picture with the universe compared to the galaxy, and just take in for a moment the size disparity between the universe and everything else. The universe is so big, it's actually cumbersome to a gameplay derogatory effect. I hate that stupid ship. Yeah, there's a mission where you go down a trench and you just clip through it on the universe because you can't. You can't avoid it. Ugh. Stupid damn thing. It does have a nice starship trait. And looks like it doesn't have a class. Oh, never mind. It's a temporal ship. There it is. My bad. Duh, it's in the name. Anyways, it's 7 minutes over when I was supposed to cut off. So, I'm going to go murder Alex. And then I'll see you tomorrow where we'll be doing the regional quests. And hopefully finishing up 6.0. So, see you around.